Welcome to TPK Roleplay. I am your horror master this evening, Fazul. You know, the origins of Halloween can be found in the Celtic festival of Samhain, which is a festival meant to welcome in the darker half of the year. Tonight, on Hallows Eve, we descend into the darkness of the 1600s America, where a horrifying truth is waiting for our players to discover. But before we begin, just be aware that this is a horror-themed adventure, which contains body horror, satanic themes, violence, and uncomfortable moral choices. However, much of the above is going to be implied or referenced as opposed to being played through. If I were to rate this film as a film, it would fall somewhere between PG-13 and NC-17. Despite the terrifying forces that will be awaiting our characters, they are by no means victims, but powerful forces in their own right. But they may need your help. You can make donations and give them bonuses to their rolls, re-rolls. All of them are practitioners of magic. If you choose a good table for $5, this means that the forces of magic are going to favor that character, and they will receive a permanent plus 10% bonus to their magic feat, another feat, or cheat death, whichever they choose. A $20 donation will make an item or weapon one of the characters possesses magical for the entire duration of the adventure. Of course, this is Halloween. So if as opposed to backing the forces of good, you would prefer to back the forces of evil, as in your GM, you can pay $10, which will give the main villain a stat boost with every donation. If you really want to be wicked, you can pay $50, and I will reduce all of the characters' cheat death to 0, which means when their health is gone, so are they. We begin this adventure at Fort St. Anne in New France. You have all arrived here after receiving a mysterious letter. Once I'll read the letter for the benefit of chat, and then I'll have each of you introduce yourselves. The letter, which was sealed in wax with the symbol of a dual swords. Of course, I have the letter in Roll20. There we are. The letter reads, "Dearest Seeker, I represent an organization interested in your unique talents. We call ourselves Omno Veritas, which means absolute truth. Our order was created by Roman consuls in the year of Caudex 264 BC. We were tasked with verifying or disproving miracles as the works of gods, charlatans, or darker powers. Much has changed over the centuries, but our goals have not. We seek the truth in whatever form it manifests. We want you to join us as a seeker and have an immediate need. You and the others who are likewise gifted must travel to the village of Ash Hollow, located near what the French call La Colline du Diable, or the Devil's Hills. You need to arrive before the 31st of October in the year of Maximus 1649. For now, there's little more I can say. Seekers receive no information other than a location and a time. We want your minds to be unbiased and open. All we ask is that you go where we send you. If there is a truth to be found, you will find it. Through time and experience, more will be revealed. I have included funds for your travels. The truth awaits you, Seeker. Atiem, at Q, Atiem Valet." And it is signed Porta. So we begin at the French fort of St. Anne, which is in present-day Vermont, more or less. But at this time in the 1600s, the territory belongs to France. You've each arrived individually. As you step into the fort, this is the first time that you are casting eyes upon each other. And as you wait to meet with the colonel in charge of the fort, why don't we go around and introduce ourselves and tell us a little bit about your characters. What do the others see? And what were you doing before you received this mysterious letter and made the journey across the frontier to this remote area of the New World? Proper, we'll start with you.
Hello, my name is ProperNerdy. I'm a TPK staff member, role player, game master, and designer. And tonight I'll be playing Eustice Moon. She's in her mid 50s, and she is wearing a thick woolen dress with like several layers on top of it. Her hair is just starting to gray, and she has it in a rather unfashionable shortcut, but she cares not because she has power hidden deep beneath. But between a shawl and a blanket and several other layers, you can tell that she's either dressing in layers or dressing really warm, because she needs to. And with that, I'll pass it off to Chrissy. Oh, sorry, I should say what I was doing right before I came, right? So Eustice just recently had to what is an appropriate way to say this? Basically, the rest of her family has died, and she's saying goodbye to one of her last surviving family members. And the letter arrived basically just as one of them had passed, and so alone in the world now, she decided to follow the universe in its own weird ways.
Very good.
Now we can go to Chrissy.
Okay. Hello, I'm ChrissyCrits. This is very hard to talk with. It just went right into my mouth. That was horrifying. So I will be playing Ida Grace this evening. She's when you see her come into kind of like the fort area or the city itself, she probably looks a little bit different than most. You would see maybe a couple of unintentionally like locked chunks of hair, probably with some different things connected to them. But other than that, it's pretty nondescript, dark robes, probably like a long cloak, appropriate to the time. She wouldn't have looked super out of place, but definitely a couple of small things about her look different. If someone is paying attention enough. She's fairly slender, carries a couple of things on her hips, so if she moves fast enough, you can see them. But if you're just glancing, you probably wouldn't notice them. Ida, prior to coming here, she would have been traveling for a pretty significant amount of time. Probably from the most southern point that you could find folks currently in the States. Like we said, modern day Vermont is where we are now. I would say probably like Virginia-ish. So I don't know. Listen, I'm not a history person, so I'm not going to be able to tell you what it was back then, but probably from around Virginia, traveling for a while, so exhausted, pretty tired, not exactly like chipper.
Very well. Over to Sir Heck.
Okay, cool. I was like, am I going next? I don't know. Hey, everybody, it's me, SirHeckaLot. I'll be playing Rebecca Putnam tonight, who is a younger woman, about 25, 26, with long brown hair and green eyes, that is walking into town wearing kind of a basic bluish, grayish dress and a long, like deep red cloak. Just to mostly keeping to herself for the time being. But more recently, it's been starting from Massachusetts and kind of working around. Has been kind of doing mission-esque work, going from community to community, trying to spread the good word, and avoid communities that already know that she's kind of been excommunicated, but don't worry about it. And that's about it.
Awesome, thank you. EG.
All right, what's up, everybody? My name is EG Critical. I will be playing Aezoth today. He is an older, gruffer, more wilderness type fellow that comes from a nomadic tribe. And as one of the elders and such, he is tasked with protecting, guiding, and maturing the younger parts of the group. When events turned to worse, he ended up finding himself contracted with some elemental spirits, giving him the ability to be a shamanistic elder of the clan. He wears a difference of light to warm pelts and light leather, like guards and armor and things to protect from the weather and any kind of threats that might approach him. With his contracts with the spirits, particularly the elemental lords that grant him his magical powers, he needs to fulfill certain rituals for each different element he wields. The previous one that he just fulfilled was for the elemental lord of fire. It was tasked. Each contractee is typically tasked with a month-long guard session to protect the eternal flame. During this time, where typically human bodies cannot withstand the full gift of what the contracts could give, at this point in time, any contractees that are protecting this flame are given full access to all of the powers of the elemental lord, in order to absolutely protect what is sacred to them. After their month-long period is up, you typically need to take about a week or two of absolute rest to recover from the excessive powers that flew through your body. So this time he did his month tour, his ritual complete, contract fulfilled, rested up at the bottom of the mountain that the eternal flame was residing in as he switched to the other contractee, and set himself off as he heard about this letter that was sent out.
I can't help but notice you're carrying an axe, or when you walk into the fort, or do you have like a battle axe over your shoulder?
Yeah, it's either typically it's either going to be, holstered in the back or on the hip if it can, or just held as you walk in.
So as you enter the fort, of course, there's no civilian presence here. Maybe some fur trappers, but this is a military fort. It is meant to protect New France from the English to the south. This is before the American Revolution, so the land is still controlled by the English. And as you all walk in, you're welcome. I mean, it is used as a trading post, a way station, with the possible exception of Rebecca. So as you walk in, they grant you entrance, but the soldiers at the front gate, one of them will actually spit on the ground and mumble something under his breath about the audacity of wearing British red in a French fort. But they won't accost you or anything. They just kind of are obviously, insulted. Other than that, they're fairly amiable. They'll trade for supplies, powder, weapons, but you are here because it is the last kind of way station before your destination, which is Ash Hollow. So does anyone, as you look at each other for the first time, any initial reactions from the characters? Rebecca, when the French soldiers kind of turn their nose up and spit on the ground, do you just ignore them?
She'll probably just kind of look at them, down, look back up, say, "Bless you," and then keeps walking.
As soon as Rebecca is out of sight, Eustace will turn on them and say, "Regardez votre bouche, soldat," and just keep walking with them.
They'll go back to what they're doing. They don't want to mess with Eustace, so they will just kind of go back to the boredom of watching the fort. As you assemble outside of the colonel's area, you each have the letter with you. You realize you were told in the letter that others of like-minded would be here, so you can spend a few moments to give each other a once-over before an aide to Colonel Remy Dupuis will arrive and inform you that the colonel is ready to see you. You've informed, so we'll say upon your arrival, you inform the aide that you are looking for directions or information related to Ash Hollow. So does anyone wish to do any interactions with each other or anything before you enter the Colonel's office?
Yeah, Aezoth will step forward and kind of look, see everyone. Oh, is this the lot we're all collected to be here for today? Looks all of you kind of once at a time.
It looks like it. I'm Rebecca. I'm Rebecca Putnam. Pleasure to meet you all. Holy Spirit be with you.
To the barbarian-like individual, when he looks upon the rest of you, are you armed?
Everyone else?
Yeah.
So Ida definitely at her hip has a kind of ridiculous and dramatic blunderbuss.
Oh, okay. That sounds.
Just like a small, short, like it's not very large, but it's got the larger horn on the end. She probably collected it from somebody. Doesn't mean she's good at using it at all. But yes, you can see it if you look hard enough.
Eustice is leaning on a very tall staff that she walks around with. It's not very decorative, it's not very pretty, but it's large and sturdy, and it kind of stands taller than she is.
And Rebecca, are you free of weapons?
Doesn't seem to be any weapons on her person.
Yeah, I'll seem you're all sure you're capable for what's up ahead, huh?
I'm sure I can take care of myself.
Great.
And she'll switch from bitter protective aunt energy directly to just protective aunt energy and turn to Rebecca. I'm sorry for what those soldiers said to you. Be careful. They're a troublesome bunch, I'm sure.
Well, hopefully their troubles will be answered after we fix whatever is happening here. It's can't help but have a little empathy.
I don't know. I've lost a lot of empathy, but we travel on, don't we?
We travel on.
And the aide, patiently waiting, will guide you into the office of Colonel Dupuis. As soon as you enter, he will actually take some small glasses and pour some brandy and set it for each of you, set it on the desk. He'll take one himself. You'll note that he pours himself a double helping. But he will take a look at all of you, like he's taking a measure of you. Unlike the soldiers, when he sees the red cape or the cloak, that doesn't bother him. It's obviously not symbolic of British, but something else. He goes, so my aide tells me that you seek the village of Ash Hollow. It is in what we call the Colline du Diable, the Devil's Hills. Few travel there, not even trappers. The Algonquins say the hills are cursed. As far as I'm concerned, though, the only evil spirits in the Americas is English rum, repugnant, he says as he takes a sip of his brandy. He goes, anyway, Ash Hollow suffered through a terrible winter we had 2 years past. I know that some of the settlers starved to death, or so I'm told. The weather this year is good, so the harvest should be bountiful. If I was not so preoccupied with other affairs, I'd take a platoon of soldiers and go with you. The village is in French territory. Part of their harvest should be paid to us in taxes. But from what I know, they pay no one. Perhaps you could deliver a letter to their mayor on my behalf. And he'll hold the letter out.
So you just need a delivery from us, huh?
Well, since you are going there anyway, I am not, your affairs are your own. Ash Hollow, despite being in New France, it is of no significance to France, if you know what I mean. But if I can gain some tax revenue from it, why not? I will, of course, you can load up on any supplies you wish in return for the delivery. So he'll hand it out to anyone. You'll leave him hanging it there.
Real quick, we're just going to thank Harrison for all the subscriptions because we're going to get the same notification on audio for a little while. Where it just praise the sub over and over again.
Harrison, praise the sub.
Thank you, Harrison.
Which any good Dom should.
Very good.
It is about 10 leagues from here. 2 days of travel. It's about 30.
Ida will take the letter and slide it into a small satchel. Just quietly, not saying much.
Other than that, I'm afraid there's not much I can tell you. Other than to say bon chance. I wish you luck.
Thank you.
So with that, you can finish your brandy. If you have any other, if you have any questions of him or anything else that you wish to do at the fort, you may. Otherwise, you'll have to begin your journey. There is a road. There is more. It's like a cart path. It's not really a road. It's a partially overgrown, but there is a cart path that leads there. Based on the distance, you will likely have to spend one evening camping in the forest, arriving there the second day.
Does these grounds have any phosphorus?
Phosphorus? Do I look like I am concerned with the British, not phosphorus?
Phosphorus? You don't have phosphorus? What do you use for ignition?
Well, everything that we have is supplied. We don't mine it. It comes, of course, we have phosphorus, but I would not know whether it is in the ground or not.
Were the guards equipped with like their own flintlock weapons?
Flintlocks, yeah, everybody. Flintlocks are quite common in this time. In fact, it's the primary weapon. Most people would also have a bayonet. Soldiers would have a bayonet. Someone like the colonel would have a sword. You would be out of place with a battle axe. Like you have medieval battle axe, right? So you'd be a bit out of place.
Well, it's kind of, it's like fashion.
Yeah.
Almost like a smithed, but like put together from scavenged stuff.
Medieval is very passe at this point in time, especially to the French.
Oh, that's right, 1450s.
Fine. How about some black powder for those flintlocks?
Of course. If you deliver my letter, you may help yourself to our stores within reason, of course.
How about a small vial or two for the journey?
You mean a brandy?
I just need some ignition powder.
Oh, well, whatever. You may help yourself. The duty office, the supply officer will see to your needs. To be honest, it is beneath me. So if there is nothing else that warrants someone of my rank,
I will need some of that brandy, though.
You are dismissed. He will actually give you a metal flask, and he will say, "You will have to pass by this way on your return. So you may consider this. How do you say? I lend it to you."
Understood.
Oh, good luck.
Do not worry; it's not exactly for pleasure.
I'll
raise an eyebrow at that, but your group can depart the colonel's office, you can visit the storehouse. You can get whatever supplies you need. They have like bacon, corn cakes, dried fruit, oats, barley, dried venison. It's all kinds of stuff you can stock up on. Plus, you can get your powder, you probably have I don't know if you have travel gear. If you don't, they can probably provide you with some, a soldier will escort you from the fort to where the cart path begins. The forest here is very thick, like on either side, so it's rather dense. So there's a bit of it's a bit claustrophobic, this narrow path kind of going through this deep, dark wood. So I assume you set off.
Yeah, I think we're ready. If I got my stuff and we were escorted out, yeah, I think we're good.
So the rest of the day will go uneventful. The cart path is relatively easy to follow, so there's at no point does it become obscured or there's any risk of losing your way, so long as you don't leave the path. So how do you, as you're traveling, do you travel in silence, or how do your character do your characters interact? Do you travel in a tight-knit group, or are you spaced out? How does the day unfold now that you're with this new company?
I'll tap Eustice on the shoulder. Like, mind if I savor a swig?
I'm sorry, it's I'm holding it for its powers in my own way.
Oh, I see. Well, keep that flask handy. It's a rather expensive looking one, you know.
Will do.
Lead is the miracle material nowadays.
If you say so. I'm far more interested in the alcohol inside. Keeps you
too
warm when you need that kind of an energy.
It is fall in Vermont, so it will be chilly this evening. But the day is rather maybe a bit windy.
She's still saving it, but she definitely went to the barracks and got all kinds of like hot teas and
nice.
Certain cold things as well, and just like is the most stocked up on like food and coffee and stuff.
So as the day wanes and night is approaching, I will ask everyone to make an observation roll. The odds of this are quite low, so it's only 10%. So what you do is take 10% and add your feat bonus to it, and roll percentile dice. If you roll equal to or under that number, you are.
So this is the very difficult
so
percentage.
Close.
Yes,
so close. I rolled
Not
a
even
13. Close. If I had any amount in of observation, I would have gotten it.
77. I have a high one too,
but we got
me.
Got one.
Girl rolled an 8.
Yeah,
nice. There you go.
I had so as night is approaching, so at first you feel maybe a little uneasy, but the closer that you get to night, the more certain you are that you are being watched. It'd be a very difficult feat, just because as I mentioned, the forest is dense. Someone who would be watching you could be no more than maybe half a dozen paces into the forest. But you get that feeling, and it gets worse as the day goes on. And finally, the sun is, it gets darker earlier in the forest, so the sun is eventually gone, and you'll have to think about making camp, but you can't shake that feeling.
So prior to us kind of getting to that point, I would have made a point to individually walk near everybody.
That's not an awkward way to say that.
I know, right? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Is she would have like made a point to be walking next to each person individually at some point, to tell them, I do believe that there are eyes upon us in these woods. When we settle for the evening, if it's okay with you, would like to attempt to protect our space. And she will kind of like lift a small satchel, and you'll see a small bag of salt for a salt circle.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Mm.
So you find a suitable place to camp. Somebody starts to build a fire, and you're going to draw a circle of salt around the entire campsite?
Yep. Just like wherever the fire is, wherever we've laid everything out.
Very cool.
Very cool. And kind of doubling up on that, Rebecca is going to go to just a couple of the trees, just kind of around the campsite, and just kind of, just draw a rune that is like almost a star kind, like just like with lines. So like one cross and then a cross over that. So 3 lines with a circle around it, and chalk to be some type of protection. Hopefully, we'll see.
So you're going to draw in chalk on the bark type thing. Okay. I will ask each of you to make your respective magic rolls. I'm not going to tell you what the difficulty is. So make your roll. And
is this under occult or magic?
It is. This is under your magic, your witchcraft skill.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is how powerful is your circle and how powerful are your runes against whoever. You know what might be cool. How about as long as you're successful, we'll say it's 50% plus your feat bonus. But the difficulty for anyone trying to break it will be determined by how low you roll. So if you get a really low roll, it's going to be really tough to beat.
Okay, cool.
As well, I would like to try to commune as well. And I would like to plea with the wind.
Okay.
So my goal is I'd like to ask the wind to play scout.
Oh, to basically alert you.
Or well, kind of tell me what is out there, if possible. And I guess that would be based on how high how well I succeed.
So we'll do the magic circle and the magic rune first. So make those rolls.
Okay. So I put my plus 30 into that, so that means
so you have an 80% chance.
And I rolled a 46.
Nice.
And I rolled a 56 on my 80% as well.
Nice. So essentially, so pretty solid protections that you've placed up. Can you describe to me what it protects against in your mind when you're drawing it?
Basically,
go for it.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Basically, like anything evil or generally anything with ill intent or ill will.
Yeah, and whether physical or spiritual.
Yes.
Okay, so you're specifically evil, and Ida. What's yours?
I was muted. I'm sorry. I muted myself so I wouldn't interrupt Rebecca again. So her salt circles would be specifically based for like demonic things, things that are based on like her understanding of demonic or demonic possessed things.
Okay. All right. EG, might as well make your roll underneath.
All right. So as I'm doing this, I kind of sit down and I spin my finger around and I'll say, Svivla, guide me in this dark night. Give me some knowledge of what is out there peering their eyes upon us. It's a simple Google search. Svivla is wind in Norse. I rolled a 61 out of my 90%.
Okay, awesome. I'm just pointing it out because 3 of you are kind of engaging in occultist type behavior. So everybody's kind of seeing, oh, we all have some skill in the arts. That based on the letter, maybe that's not a surprise, but the only person who hasn't revealed anything is Eustice.
Eustice will have been setting up camp the traditional way. She'll have made coffee first, and as everyone is doing their own thing, she is standing and watching and just sipping her very hot coffee. But no, she has not revealed anything about her power yet.
You can note that all 3 of them appear, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they all seem quite comfortable with magic arts. This doesn't seem to be, they're not fumbling around or drawing the circle and taking it away, trying to do it a second time. I mean, they appear to be very comfortable with the magic arts. If you want to make unless they're explaining it, you can just do it on your. If you have any feat points in occult, you would know what they're doing. So the sun decline. The sun fades and the forest is shrouded in darkness except for your fire. You're huddled within the circle, and the night is drawing on. Are you going to, do you feel confident enough in your circle that you're all just going to settle down and sleep, or are you going to have a watch?
I believe it might be good of us to do watches still.
Okay.
What do you all
We should
think?
watch each other's
Let's
backs.
take turns. So Aezoth, you've whispered your incantation and the wind has raced out through the forest. You hear a rustling of leaves all around you as it moves, going in one direction and the other. And then the wind falls silent as it returns. The wind whispers only one thing, which is, leave this place.
Are we in that, like,
It was that, leave this place, there's only death here.
And who hears that?
Okay.
Everyone, or just whoever's that?
Just Aezoth. So
Perfect.
so basically, you asked me specifically to warn you of danger or threat. What the wind is returning is that the threat is ever present. There's not a moment where you're not under threat so long as you're here.
okay, yeah. And this is us. We're in that, like, territory that you spoke of earlier already.
You've entered you're on the fringes of the Devil's Hills. Yeah,
Okay, so we're barely even in it.
that's right.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll hear this. I'll kind of have a very disheartened look on my face. It's a little somber in the firelight. So yeah. It appears from here on out, we should always keep one eye open no matter what we're doing.
It certainly is troubling, but based on what I've seen of, well, what you've seen of me at this point and all of you, I think we perhaps are good for the job, no?
I take nothing for granted nowadays. I'll put my faith in the lot of you as we all are heading out into this danger together, but I would not be surprised if we find something we cannot even handle.
The best we can do is have faith.
That's the person who was
Faith.
excommunicated.
Yeah, at that, I definitely would have chuckled out loud.
I'm glad Eustace and Ida are kind of we understand one another.
So as you settle in and get some sleep, could everyone roll a die 10 and tell me who rolls the lowest? That will be, I'm assuming you're all equally taking a watch.
Yeah, we'll all split it out evenly, one at a time, right?
Yep.
So just a single D10?
Single D10, low roll. Yeah, basically this is the equivalent of drawing straws.
Oh,
I don't
6.
roll the 7. Oh.
I rolled a 9.
Eustace, what do you got?
I'm using Google, which rolled me a 10, which I believe is a 0, actually.
Oh, is it? Okay. No, it can't be. 1 to 10. So it's a 10.
So it'd be 1. Yeah.
Yeah. So a 6. Sorry. So Aezoth, you got a 6?
I got a 6.
Yep. So your watch, everybody else is sleeping. As you're sleeping, it's funny. I love it when players throw GMs a curveball. So great job on the magic circles and that idea. You know what? I am going to make a roll. And so those of you who are sleeping, you actually do have dreams, but it's dreams of something trying to get at you, but it's far away, right? So it's like something is constantly trying to move towards you, to get close to you, but the distance between you and it never seems to shrink. So while a bit unsettling, it's not. It's not horrifying, and you actually feel safe enough in your minds that you can ignore it. Now, of course, you let it approach with your permission, but that's up to each of you who are sleeping. Or you can just sleep.
So Ida would have definitely attempted to just communicate with it, but not necessarily like allowed it the ability to come close to her.
So I'll tell you the how I would describe it is that because it is kept at a distance, it is like the caged animal, constantly pacing back and forth, around and around and around, trying to find a way to get closer, but it cannot. If you communicate with it, unfortunately, the distance that is between you is too far. All you can sense is essentially its growing, a growing rage at being kept at bay. The only way to actually communicate with it would be to allow it to approach. This is your circle, your runes. So you are in charge here within the circle.
She's not, Ida's not going to, because she knows that other people have placed other protective measures around, she doesn't want to be offensive to their magic, but she's probably attempting to the best of her ability, like she, in her satchel, pulling out a stack of tarot cards, attempting to like pull to see if it will shift a card or do something. And if that truly won't work, then she will 100% be like, I can't help you if you don't speak to me.
I will throw this out to you. You don't want to let it come to you. Astrally, you could go to it. You could go right to the edge of the circle, mentally, in your mind, psychically.
Yeah, so I guess I could have described that better. So I'll try to describe what I see is like her. I imagine Ida in kind of like this dream state of like pulling tarot cards and showing them to try to see if it acknowledges one of them more so, kind of like stopping for a full stop at the Hanged Man, or anything like that, trying to.
You as you draw the tarot cards, we'll say you kind of move towards the edge of the circle, maybe sit down cross-legged and are essentially holding the cards up. It's in shadow. It's pacing back and forth frantically, kind of almost like, it's like I said, there's this barrier between you. But as its desperation rises, it will finally just throw itself at you. But it is stopped in its tracks. But what is not is stopped is the horror of seeing what it is, because it's you, frenzied, mad, and animal-like, and it just kind of chuckles and then backs into the shadows, and you disappear.
Yeah, as Ida awakens from that,
whether
it's
will.
when she probably startles awake, she will definitely take her grimoire out and jot that down and take note of any cards that might have been up or drawn during that time.
So Aezoth, Ida suddenly sits up in her bedroll, obviously awoken from some type of dream, and she starts rummaging and grabs her grimoire and starts writing feverishly in the light. I
am startled.
Yeah, you watch, and as you look back, you can see the reflection of eyes, many pairs of eyes, all around the camp. Beyond it's animal. It's like the reflection of animal eyes in the firelight. They're just everywhere, staring back from the darkness of the forest.
Do I only notice this after Ida gets up?
You do, yeah.
Okay, so I am startled at the emergence of Ida as she's ruffling around. I'm like ready with my axe, and then I notice this. I'm turning, Ida, does this have anything to do with you? And I'm gonna nudge over to the outskirts of our camp light.
And you'll see as you do, the first wolf will appear, and it will howl. Everyone will be awoken by this. The wolves, their eyes just shining in the light, they just start howling and howling and pacing and pacing. They cannot approach. They cannot enter the circle. So bonus points for you guys. But as they come in and out of the firelight at the edge of the circle, you can see they're ravenous, rabid, more animalistic, emaciated, and they will just continually howl and yip and bark for about 20 minutes. It's almost maddening. In fact, I will ask everyone to make a self-control roll. If you fail it, all it means there's no penalty. You can just you can determine your base is 50% plus your self-control, but you are unnerved by the sheer savagery of this.
It is 16%.
Okay, that's good.
79 for Ida. So.
And when the wolves reach when this rabid choir, 69, is that higher, better than
That's above it, yeah.
Okay, so those of you who are above it, you can just describe, I'll ask you to describe how you react as this rabid choir reaches the crescendo, and since they cannot get to you, the wolves turn on themselves and start devouring each other. It's horrendous. The screams, the yelps, and once those that die are devoured, those that survive just lope off into the woods, and it's over.
So you would have seen Ida absolutely, probably with some type of just continued frantic movements of just unable to kind of control it. She probably would have tore like a small hem of her skirt into 2 bits and attempted to make something to put into her ears to stop it, while still trying to just scribble what she saw down, because I don't know that she would have been able to focus fully to get it down while all of that was happening. And she probably would have yelled at Aezoth to shut it all up, but we're beyond that. So.
Aezoth's more than welcome to step beyond the circle.
Well, so quick question. Let's say I wanted to beckon the spirits a similar way that I asked the wind to venture out of the circle. I can also control the elements outside of the circle as well.
I'm going to say anything that you do that goes through the circle risks breaking it. There's a chance. It gives the power that's beyond the circle an opportunity. I'll get a reroll perhaps.
Okay, then
just to be clear, this encounter went completely differently because of your circle. Your circles potentially saved your lives.
So if the whole time, if the time Ida is shouting like make it stop, whatever, I guess the only deductive thing I could do is I'll call upon the earth. I'll say, Yord, come to my aid and rise from the surface. And I'll kind of do like the Elric like clap and hit the ground, and I'll just make a very unopposing but apparent thin wall of earth come out inside of our circle, but where they're all converging to like eat each other, I'll just attempt to kind of like block the view. Block the view, and the sound will have to venture around it instead of straight toward blah blah. So that's all I can do.
So how does Eustice react?
I'm assuming from sleep.
Yeah.
So you'll see a big.
Well, this is like probably 10 minutes into you waking up. By the way, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Eustace, as well, trying to help Ida, will take one of her very many shawls and kind of hold Ida close and wrap her head around, or her shawl around her head, in order to attempt to keep the sound out. And just kind of, if Ida's not feeling great, we'll hold Ida close and almost look around to try to protect her.
Very good.
And also, startled from sleep, Rebecca sees this happening in front of the camp and is very, very shaken. I just rolled to see what would happen and rolled a 100. So I'm like, okay, great. And so she, with trembling hands, like takes out her pocket Bible and starts reading out loud the story of Legion from Matthew, I believe, to try to drown out and like talk over the howling and everything that's happening until the wall actually goes up.
Very cool. And when it ends, it ends. The night falls to absolute silence. And after what seems like long hours, the sun rises, dispelling the nighttime horrors. However, the sense of being watched is still there. Perhaps a bit diminished, but still there.
I fear this is only the beginning of what we'll have to look forward to on our journey.
So you can make camp. You can pack up your camp and set off along the road towards Ash Hollow. As you journey, again. As you're traveling, is there anything different about how you're traveling today than yesterday?
Fazul, I would like to do something magical that will be hard for the others to notice, but that's kind of the point.
Awesome.
Basically, how Eustace is going to do this is it's very quiet, but she's going to let her eyes kind of unfocus.
Yep.
And Eustace's magic all works on giving up something of herself in order to affect the world, and so she will like lose a bit of her ability to focus or to concentrate, and instead make it so the group is hard to concentrate on. Kind of, if anyone likes Doctor Who, it's not that we're invisible, but it's just unlikely to be seen. If that makes sense.
That's good. You don't need to make a roll for that. That's
okay.
That's awesome.
But everyone will notice that even though Eustace doesn't do a lot in that moment, she will like be very close behind either Ida or Rebecca because she can't really pay attention to the road or if there's a rock in the way. So she might even like put a hand on someone's shoulder and have them guide her a little bit. But it just kind of looks like she's a little old because she's still using her walking stick. But she's using her concentration to avoid attention, basically.
And the sense of being watched is diminished. It's pushed back. It fades to the point where you don't even notice it unless you concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
So Eustace, as you're walking along, you're a bit unfocused. You're kind of your vision is kind of blurred as you're concentrating on this obscurity, but something comes into view up off the side of the road, and your vision kind of snaps back into clarity as you can see what looks to be some type of scarecrow or totem, and all around it are little. So all basically piled around the base are little kind of, they're actually turnips, so not pumpkins. They're turnips, but they're carved out to look like faces, and they have antlers stuck inside them. So you see this off to the side of the road.
I mean, hypothetically,
Yuck.
We would know that turnips are like what the original jack-o'-lantern is, because we would be the same era around as that.
That's correct. Yep, absolutely. Yep. And I will let you know that all of the turnip people are not facing you. They're kind of in a circle around this central scarecrow. So they would be facing it. So the faces are facing the scarecrow itself.
As we approach, I will kind of clear my throat and say, I'm sorry, I'm not quite as familiar as the occultists the three of you seem to be. Obviously, self-trained in my ways. Do any of you understand what such a visage would mean?
Well, let's see. Do we?
That's my in-character way of saying
Yeah.
I have
We roll an
zero occult.
I would love to
Let's
see
see.
if I know.
Yeah,
Well-
do we want to try and decipher?
You can make an occult roll. As you get closer, I will note that there is a foul smell coming from the area. The smell of death.
Sorry, the last bit clipped out. The smell of
Sorry.
what?
If there is a foul smell as you get closer, it is the smell of death. Something dead.
I got an
Right.
18 on my 10% bonus for whatever
Nice.
difficulty this is.
Nice. The other 30 that I chose was also an occult, and I rolled a 49.
Nice. So taking a look at this, so proper is correct. So the turnip was used before pumpkins during the festival of Samhain, mostly in Europe.
Solid.
But looking at this, looking at this, this scarecrow, it's obviously not a scarecrow. It's an effigy of some primal power. You'll see in its, so inside the cowl, that's actually a wreath of thorns. You'll see the horns. The fact that all of the pumpkins around it are facing it means that it is to be worshipped. In terms of, it's paganistic, but it's pretty obscure. So I'm not going to identify a specific religion or god, but it is relatively new to you. This isn't familiar, but you're quite certain that whatever this is, it's meant to be worshipped.
I believe if we don't want to be cursed for the rest of our journey, we should probably not defile this place.
Ida will at the it kind of like, I don't want to say the base of the circle because that's a dumb sentence. So I don't know how to say this without, but like at the edge of the circle, not going too close to it. She will take a small switchblade, cut off a chunk of her hair, walk as close as she could get to it without entering into the space of the actual effigy.
Or the turnip.
Yeah, like so she'll be near where like the turnips are.
Yeah.
You will, if somebody tries hard enough, probably hear her mutter something under her breath, but she's essentially attempting to leave an offering for it.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Of like an offering of I don't want to say safe passage, but of like we
Acknowledge
don't
it.
want to, yeah, like we don't want to do harm within your wood.
The smell of death grows stronger as you approach the scarecrow-like effigy, and even though you don't get that close, just getting to the edge of the pumpkin, the ring of pumpkins, you can actually see that on the bottom of the cowl, kind of crawling out of the cowl and down the front of the actual burlap cloak or hood, you see maggots.
So she will assume that there is some sort of creature or body in there. And again, continue. She's not necessarily geeked out by the smell. That's not going to be like an issue for her. But she's just not going to try to disturb it at all.
So what is your offering? A piece of your...
Yeah, so she has a couple of like unkempt hair chunks, like kind of, I mean, they're not dreadlocks, but so they look similar to that kind of styled hair.
Yeah.
Just from her not being able to keep up with washing. So she just kind of cut a chunk of that out and left it there with,
Okay.
a few
Beyond the effigy on a rock, you can see. Let's do back. You can see a creature crawls up onto the rock and just kind of stares at you. It's a wolverine. But you leave your offering, and it just watches.
For those of us
Yeah.
that aren't SirHeckaLot, what is a wolverine that's not the DC character?
Maybe Sir Heck should explain it.
Well, it's kind of hard to describe them. They're these little see, if I use the term mustelid, that also does nothing.
Yeah,
okay.
that's worse.
That
That's
also
somehow
does nothing.
worse.
Not helpful.
They're basically like larger than a rodent. So like think like almost like skunk size, maybe a little bit bigger than that.
But
typically,
angrier.
yeah, and much angrier. Do have like very large claws for digging. So that's, kind of where the superhero name kind of comes from. But yeah, they typically look kind of mean and are typically very aggressive when it comes to their territory.
Can I also ask then, are they native to the New France area?
This is probably
I
a
bet
bit
so.
south for them, but it's a new world. There's all kinds of strange creatures here.
Gotcha. Vermont being south is a wild statement, but okay.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
Yeah, they're more like Northern Ontario.
That makes sense. Okay. As long as it's not like an obscure animal that shouldn't be anywhere
Nope.
near here, I'm just checking.
Nope.
Cool,
So
cool.
you've done your offering, Ida, and you continue. You back away, and you continue
Yes.
on. And everybody else, you're going to just walk past and continue towards Ash Hollow.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I ain't dealing with that shit.
As you do, so Ida, it does not react to you at all, but as the other three go past, it will give them a parting. This is the real Wolverine. Yeah, it will give them a parting kind of growl or hiss, almost as if a challenge, but it does nothing other than stay on its rock. It'll, in fact, after a couple of growls, it just backs away and disappears into the underbrush.
Give it a little. Come at me, bro.
Oh, don't challenge a Wolverine. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, at
Take-
that,
Don't fight
Ida
anything.
will,
They take on bears.
yeah, Ida will say, do not forget, we are the visitors here, not them.
They may be, they may be small, but they are very vicious. Kind of like Canada's Tasmanian devil.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it has a problem with us, it can come out of its ritual circle and talk to me.
It just leaves. However, Ida, you get the distinct impression that your offering was good. It appreciated it, which is why it didn't hiss at you. The others, the territorial, Sarek, was a good way to describe it. The others are trespassers here. So you arrive at, as you finally, at the end of the cart trail, the woods open up and you can see 1600s kind of pilgrimage settlement of log huts, a barricade, kind of like a wooden wall around it. There is a church. So if you look at the map, that large building with the circular kind of steeple, there is a church there. You can see smoke lazily rising from the chimneys, and people are going about their daily chores. They're at work, doing whatever you need to do to survive in the 1600s. There is a sign nailed to the wall near the gate. The sign says, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Exodus 22:18.
And Ida in her head is going to go, womp, womp.
So
that, but in harpsichord, of course.
Your arrival is noticed. People kind of stop what they're doing, take a look. You get the distinct impression that strangers are not, or visitors are not common. But again, it's not like they're running or anything. They're just, most people go back to what they're doing. But it's definitely, you've definitely caused a stir with your arrival. So nobody seems to come out to, step forward and address you at all. So you can just walk into the town if you wish, or if you wish to do something else.
I'll stick with the group. I don't really have any ventures of wanting to wander off on my own in here.
And again, you are here to uncover the truth, whatever that may be.
Is there a not so good truth that people believe in, or like, is there weird shit happening in Ash Hollow, or what?
So I will hold up the letter, pull
Yep.
that out, and I will say we could probably find the man or woman, hopefully, in charge here. And
Yep.
chuckle as I say woman, because I know that's not going to be a thing.
Yeah. One can dream. One can dream, though.
And
Okay,
just
well,
start questioning them.
In the 1600s, if there was a woman involved, that would be the spooky thing happening in Ash Hollow.
That would be the mystery we need to solve.
Hashtag sexism. Anyway,
just so you guys know, the 1600s is not, we're not following those tropes. So there could be a woman in charge. You don't know, but there.
Thanks, Fizzle.
A moment will tell.
Yeah, Rebecca will probably
as
say, like,
the
close
GM
and, like,
quickly
this is a very-
rewrites.
Like, oh my god, I need a new picture. No.
Yeah, this is a good lead. So yeah, Rebecca's like, I agree. This is definitely the best place to start. So she'll definitely stay close, but just kind of looking around, like,
Yep,
is there a church here?
there is. So if you see on the map, you can see the large, that large building at the north side of the map. with
Okay.
that one. That is the church.
Okay.
Everything
Very
else is kind
church-like
of
building.
residential buildings. There's a large building down here, which is probably someone important. But as you approach, like I said, the locals, they just kind of go back to their business. As you enter the actual village itself, you can see it's a typical village of the town of the time. It's the fall, it's harvest, people are busy. You probably wouldn't see much in the way of dogs or things like that, but livestock, chickens. And as you'll see, I'm going to mark a spot on the map. As you kind of move, were you going to move towards the church? Was that the idea?
That feels like a Rebecca thing to do.
Yeah.
It
I
does.
think we were moving towards where we would find the person in charge, which
Exactly,
I would
like-
assume would be like a cardinal or bishop or.
Yeah, so you can start heading in that direction. So this here spot here, which I have just highlighted, as you approach what is essentially the town square, you'll see that there are 5 pyres built in a circle in the town square. There is a woman kneeling in front of them, and she is praying.
So far, no bodies tied to anything yet.
There are
Just
no
a
bodies.
woman kneeling.
No bodies, and these this is pre-burned. They have not been burned, but she is kneeling on the ground, praying. I would say praying desperately. So much so that she doesn't initially notice your arrival, but she will when she stops. She looks up and has a very puzzled but perhaps hopeful look on her face.
Tell me,
I'm
my
so
dear.
sorry. Oop.
Oop, you go ahead.
Okay.
Yours makes more sense.
We're so sorry to disturb you in the middle of your prayers. What is it that you were praying for? I'm Rebecca, by the way.
Oh, my name is Esther Purdy. I'm praying to the Lord for my daughter's salvation. She's been charged with witchcraft. They say she belongs to a coven. I know she'll burn for sure, but I am still trying to save her soul from damnation. That is why I pray.
That is the worst news. I'm so sorry. I will definitely keep her in my prayers as well. We actually
Thank you,
just
God bless
arrived.
Thank you.
Of course. Of course.
I just hoped that she is forgiven for the evil deeds, whatever evil deeds she has done. I know
She
she was.
will.
And
She
she'll
will. God is
take
good.
some reassurance in that, as she smiles again. There's a bit of hope there. You can notice a gentleman will appear kind of at the edge of the circle. He would be carrying a flintlock rifle. As he sees your group, he's just watching as you're conversing with Esther. Whether you want to converse with her further, he'll wait and just watch. But if you step away, he will approach.
What the fuck is my character name?
Eustice.
Eustice will goes down onto like a kneeling position next to Esther and says, "Now tell me, my dear Miss Purdy, who is your daughter's accuser?"
Oh, Primrose. Primrose is my daughter's name. Oh, she does favor the nearby glades and fields. She often goes there to pick mushrooms and wildflowers.
You misunderstand me, Esther. Who believes that they know that your daughter is a witch? Who accused her of being a witch?
Oh, the Monsignor. But many of our neighbors have accused her. I was trying to explain why. She has been so kind, sharing mushrooms that she has found, but mushrooms, you see, they were found growing in circles. In circles! Clearly the sign of the devil's work. They must have been grown by magic. They say that she put a hex on them and fed them to the townsfolk. Several have reported misfortunes since eating them.
Sounds like quite the rumor. Witchcraft is incredibly rare around here. Are you
She'll actually
sure?
point to the man at the edge of the circle. She'll say, "That is the sheriff, Sheriff Gorley. He arrested her, but the Monsignor condemned her to burn."
And where can we find him?
She'll point to the church.
I should have assumed.
She'll point to the church and she'll say, "And the mayor had a hand in it too." She points in the opposite direction to the nicest house in town, which is owned by the mayor. She says, "The elders, they're all in agreement. I know she is to be burned," she'll say sadly, but please, if you speak with the Monsignor, ask him to pray for her soul.
I see.
We will do our best. But she seems so kind. That, again, I can second and speak for my group's
There are five
suspicion
others.
at this.
She'll actually say, there are five others. Perhaps if she had not gotten involved with that Gideon Pickard, things would be different. I am certain he's the one who led her to the devil. But 5 of 5 accused and 5 will burn. And she kind of goes back, kind of obviously upset, falls away as Enoch steps forward, says a few words with Esther in the sense of, "You should go now, Esther. It is not good for you to be seen here in such a state." And she will just kind of look towards you and kind of back away to the edge of the circle. And this gentleman approaches, and he, "How fare you, strangers? We don't see many people in these parts, maybe a few trappers. But you don't look like trappers to me. I'm Sheriff Enoch Gorley. May I be of assistance to you?"
Do you not see our good friend Arthur here? He is a trapper of sorts, for sure.
"Oh, I suppose. But he looks more like a Viking than a trapper."
What are you talking about me? Yes, if you haven't seen
Sorry,
from my
was that English?
need you not mind my speech. Us trappers typically speak in rather interesting tongues out in the woods.
Yes, trappers talk. I've heard.
Yes, yes.
Trappers
You not see my pelts I've made on my own from my from my trapping talk and my trapping business.
Well,
So, as this all is happening, Ida will definitely attempt to stifle the giggles. And also, we come, and she will hold a letter up. We come with a letter from a village more south of here.
a village south of here? Oh, sorry. The letter was sent to you. It was not, just to clarify, it was not sent from someone in this village.
Oh,
It
no,
was-
I meant the letter from...
Oh, the letter, the governor. He goes,
The
oh,
governor,
well,
yeah.
is the letter for the village? It should be given to the mayor. I'm just the sheriff. The mayor's in charge.
Yes. Do we need to speak to you, though, to see him, or can we just...
Oh. No, you can just knock on his door. This isn't Paris or London.
Sure, yeah. And she'll just kind of start scooting away quietly while Arthur continues to discuss his new trapping business. Or his old trapping business.
I
I'm really
gave
not
him
sure.
the name Arthur because I felt like the sheriff would not feel too kindly to a Zeoth or whatever.
Yeah,
Aezoth,
he's yeah, just a
especially
little.
considering
That might
they appear to be in the mood for burning
pick up some
witches.
flags.
To be fair, I support that and will also refer to him as Arthur in an attempt to make him sound less suspicious.
Less like the devil incarnate, you mean? Yeah.
Gorley's like, I'm afraid we don't have an inn or boarding here. There's no place for you to stay. And when he says that, you can see Esther, who's kind of hovering at the edge of the circle. She'll kind of go, I have a decent house. You can stay with me. I am widowed, and of course, Primrose is in prison.
Oh, of course.
We would love to. Bless you.
Gorley will kind of give a scowl at that.
Eustace is attempting, aka I am attempting to think of a good way to make it seem like we also don't like witches, and like I think I'll just wing it and see how it goes. Eustace says to Esther, yes, we are glad you are giving up your house from the evil witch, obviously. And we glad you join you in your Christian home.
Yes, of course.
I'm like hoping that Esther figures out that I'm bluffing.
Yeah.
But enough that Gorley at least believes that we're like good folk.
Gorley kind of nods. He's like, so you're here for the burning, are you?
Well, it is always good to see the earth being rid of such awful beings.
Yes, and we have heard from this far and wide.
We don't really have a prison. He kind of nods approvingly. He goes, we don't really have a prison here, but there is he'll point to our circular building, which I'll highlight here. But we have a storehouse, which we are using for a prison.
Do you have many witches here, Sheriff?
He will say 5. 5 have been accused and 5 will burn, which is why we have 5 pyres. But if you wish to see the witches before they burn, get a look at one, well, you're welcome. Folk have been passing by regularly to taunt or look at the face of the devil incarnate.
The Colonel, in fact, is very intrigued by this preponderance of witches in your town. I think it would be very helpful if he were to know of the devil amongst his midst.
Colonel? He goes, no colonel here?
I forget what his particular rank was. There we
Fort St.
go.
Anne. No, it was a colonel. Sorry, it's not him. This is that's at Fort St. Anne. It's
There we
he-
go.
He doesn't recognize. He goes, you mean at the fort? The affairs of the fort have no matter here. This is Ash Hollow. We're free. We're a free town.
I understand.
Some
Okay.
would say the Freemasons.
Well,
Oh, okay.
Well
It's like-
then.
Womp womp.
Okay, Nick Cage.
So
I
Ida
suppose-
will also ask Gorley, so how did their trials go? How did you test them?
I was about to ask that.
Well, the Monsignor did. He has himself a copy of the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches. I've never read it myself, but it details all of the methods by which one can identify a witch. Why, the evidence is overwhelming. He will say he will actually if you don't interrupt him, he'll run down the list of the evidence. He'll say why Primrose was using magic to grow mushrooms in a circle, a sure sign of the devil. Gideon Picker carving idols. He'll actually rummage around in his pocket, and just let me grab an image here, and hands you a piece of. He'll actually hand you an item. Do you see this? He was caught carving this. That is the devil if I've ever seen him. As for the others, he'd say, oh, and of course, Pickard came to Primrose's defense, came to her defense once she was accused, of course, because, well, they're in league, of course, doing all kinds of, I can only imagine the carnal affairs they get up to in the woods. Absalom Baird, he enjoys a drink more than most, but he was asleep. He often slept in a barn, and a calf was born with 6 legs. 6 legs, I tell you. And as for Charity Milliken, such a controversial woman. Why, our own elder, Ezekiel Criswell, viewed her swimming nude near the falls without clothes. I mean, consorting with the devil. Why, she bewitched him, he did. He couldn't think of anything else, not even his wife, for a week, following the sight. And finally, Ephraim White, perhaps the most egregious betrayal against the Monsignor. A scribe who worked in the church itself, cast doubt on the Malleus Maleficarum, questioned the Monsignor's ruling and accusations of witchcraft. Why, you would only defend the witch if you were a witch. Everyone knows that.
Yes, of course we do.
Anyway, there you have it. Tried and found guilty, and they'll burn. They'll burn. I'm looking forward to it. Now,
The fires be bright.
if there's nothing else, your arrival is sure to have caused quite a stir. I should make my rounds to set people's minds at ease and to let them know that you are good Christians here for and appreciate a good fire.
Bless
And
you,
he
good
will
mayor.
nod,
Thank you for your time.
and he will nod and be off. He accidentally or absent-mindedly leaves this with you, the little icon.
I will definitely stick that into my satchel.
Okay. So where would you like to go next?
Speaking of going places, perhaps we should go on a break for a moment,
Yes, that is very good.
and we can come back to this in a moment. Is that
Awesome.
okay with everyone?
Thank you.
Sure.
See you soon.
See you in 5, everyone.
Welcome back to TPK Roleplay. I am Fazul, and tonight we are playing the Halloween game, The Witches of the Devil's Hills. Where we left off, our heroes had arrived in Ash Hollow, a mysterious little town just inside the border of New France, Vermont. And the characters have learned that they are planning on burning 4 people at the stake accused of witchcraft.
5?
I believe, 5 people. Yes, correct. 5 people at stake accused of witchcraft for a variety of different reasons. And I believe you were thinking about either speaking with the Monsignor or the mayor. I don't know if you're splitting up or you're going all traveling together. But
Do we split the party?
yes,
I don't know.
I'm always down to split the party, but it's up to
And
y'all.
there's also just walking around, maybe chatting with people. I mean, there's a couple of different options. So.
We
Well,
may
the sheriff
be,
is going to put their minds at rest, so I think we do have more freedom to split off if we want to cover more ground that way.
Yeah, you don't see there's no threats. I mean, the sheriff was carrying a flintlock, but nobody else is armed. And there's no soldiers or guards or anything. So, who wants to visit with the Monsignor, and who wants to visit with the mayor?
I feel like I don't want to voluntold anyone, but Rebecca feels like the most faithful. And
I was like, I can be in Monsignor crew.
Eustace, as soon as the sheriff is out of sight, wrinkles her nose and spits on the ground. Is like, oh God, that was so painful. Just sick of pretending to be a good Christian woman. So she'll probably say, why don't we split up here? I can go with someone and we can speak to the mayor and deliver that letter. We can see exactly what it is that we are getting involved in here. And if two of you want to either visit the witches that are the supposed witches, or the Monsignor themselves, I think it would be good to split up here and cover more area.
why don't we meet at the witches? Because I would like to also talk to them, see them.
I agree.
And then where would you like to go, Ida?
I'll happily go to the mayor's house since I have the letter.
Okay, so Ida and I will go, and Arthur, and
Arthur the Trapper.
He's a lumberjack, and he's okay.
You definitely get so wherever Arthur goes, you definitely people will stop and just kind of watch as you go by. Well, actually, it's more like watching you as you pass this giant. And if anybody's in your way, they definitely get out of the way. You can approach the church and walk in. I mean, the door is open. Inside, you'll see three people. The Monsignor, and he is finishing kind of giving communion to two other members of the town or the village. When he looks up and sees you enter, he will say, it is customary to leave one's weapons at the door when entering the house of God.
we should have seen this one coming.
Oop.
Well, Rebecca has no obvious weapon. He's really referring to the big barbarian-looking man.
Doesn't one of us have a gun? Oh no, it's Ida that has a gun.
Yeah. So do you place your axe against the wall by the door?
I'll give Rebecca a look and see what kind of expression she gives back.
Yeah, she's giving a nod like, yes, do it.
Okay. So I'll say, typically, the trapper lumberjacks never really separate from their wood cutting axes, but I guess I will just lay it down to the side and peer at it every once in a while.
He kind of looks at it and he goes, wood cutting axe. Well, I'm afraid there's no wood here to chop. It gives you a look. I am Monsignor Lytton. It is not often that we get outsiders visiting our town, but of course all are welcome in the house of God. Please, he'll gesture to the two individuals there. He will say, these are the good people, Edith and Ezekiel Criswell. You recognize the name Ezekiel Criswell. He's the person who saw Miss Milliken bathing without clothing, and she bewitched him for a week. So Edith will take a look. She'll kind of curtsy, and he'll do a kind of a nod. And she looks at you. She goes, "It is a shame you've arrived at such a troubling time. Thank the heavens, those witches will soon be cleansed with fire." And she'll Monsignor, and he'll nod, and they're gonna make their way out. They'll leave. They're finished with whatever business they're doing, and I will give you an observation roll.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's for the both of us.
both of you who are there. So give me one at 30, please. One at 30 and one at 50. So give me two.
Ooh, okay. So I have a plus 15, so
Okay.
that is
You have a 65% chance
65.
on your first roll.
Okay, so first one's a fail because I rolled a 68, which sucks.
Oh, so close.
Let's try this again.
And the second,
Okay, second
a
one's a
45.
30 though.
nice, very nice. And how did Aezoth or Arthur do on the rolls?
Sorry. So
What's your
Arthoth
observation?
got a 54 on his. I think he has a 30 bonus.
Okay, yep. So no worries there. That's easy. So we'll say each of you notice something different. Aezoth, you notice that there is a sturdy wooden door, which based on its location, you assume would lead possibly up to the steeple. So the steeple here is large enough that that there will be a room in it. You'll note that there's a sturdy wooden door. It has a sturdier iron lock on it, like a padlock, like one of those old ones where you have to, like that big, and you have this big key and you put it in and turn it. So you'll note that oh yeah, there's your key. But you'll note that the door to the steeple is like very, very secure. Again, unusual. Rebecca, you would note the exchange, basically a shared glance between the three of them, the Monsignor and the Criswells. Kind of, they look to him. There's obviously a look of concern on their face, and you made your roll, so you know that the look of concern is you and Arthur, and the Monsignor just kind of gives a dismissive, "It's okay, I've got it" type thing. But there was definitely, I'm going to say the glance was conspiratorial in nature.
Oh, great.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. The other thing which you will notice, as you'll see on roll 20, is that on the podium is a rather large book. Even from here, it does not look like a Bible. He goes, "Yes, of course. Welcome to the house of God. How may I be of assistance?"
Well, perhaps I should introduce myself to begin with. My name is Rebecca Putnam, and this is Arthur. I believe he already said so, maybe not. This is Arthur. We are just here, of course, to see the burning. We've heard it far and wide, and there are so many rumors that seem to be circulating around.
Word of the burning has gone beyond Ash Hollow. You'll say rather surprised.
It has. That's
Yet
why we are here. It must have been dastardly enough.
Peculiar indeed. He said that. So that is, he's definitely shocked by that. And it has piqued your curiosity enough that you've decided to come here and view it.
Well, yes, I personally have never seen anything like this before. And
many would consider this to be, well, perhaps a necessary but a repugnant act. Yet you do not.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry. Many would view this as a necessary but repugnant act, one that they would not wish to witness, yet you have come here specifically to watch them burn. Interesting.
It is rather grisly, but in order to keep the sanctity of places like this a safe place. That is the place of God. It is necessary, unfortunately. But we wanted to learn more. We wanted to learn more about this, considering there are so many rumors circulating around. We just wanted to know the truth and perhaps to check in with a place that we know is safe.
Well, there's enough evidence and accusations against those accused that I am convinced that the devil is at work. Well, the devil is constantly looking for ways to insert himself into our daily lives. Ash Hollow has almost brought to ruin by the winter. We will not be brought to ruin by witchcraft. I am adequately convinced. And besides, the Malleus Maleficarum, and he points to the book, according to the Malleus Maleficarum, there is no moral risk here. If by some chance one amongst the five is not a witch, why? They are guaranteed entry into God's house. It is not this earthly life that we should cherish, but that which is waiting for us. Don't you agree?
Well, yes, that is the path that God has put out for us. The gate itself is narrow.
And if they are a witch, well, then I shall be sending them straight to hell, where the devil will be waiting. I'm not sure there's any more to be said. I mean, I've made my judgment.
Is Ash Hollow typically plagued with witches often, or is this your first occurrence here?
Heard the stories out of Salem. Witches can be found anywhere, in the largest of cities or the smallest of villages. The devil does not differentiate between rich, poor, or between nations. I assure you, he can be found here as verily as he can be found anywhere. Now, I'm afraid I must call on a few of our fellowship of our church. If there is nothing else, I will be. I'm afraid I must be doing my rounds.
Wish you a good day on that. Although, Monsignor, I do have one more curiosity, just to set my mind at ease. With all of this happening so quickly, how did the trials themselves go? How was it accepted amongst the people?
Oh, the people were not present for the trials. It was just myself and the 5 elders of the town. We heard the evidence, weighed it, questioned those accused, and I made my judgment. The elders, of which the elders support.
And who out of the village are the elders? I briefly heard of Ezekiel, but that I think was
well. You've met Elizabeth and Ezekiel Criswell. There is the mayor, of course, Zadok Semple, and Kennel Perkins, a major who has served in many colonial conflicts. We make the decisions that are in the best interest of the town, and this is in that best interest. Like I said, Miss, I'm sorry, your last name again?
Putnam.
Miss Putnam. As I said, according to the Malleus, there is no moral risk here, even if I am wrong. There is no sin. There's no error in judgment. You understand, my child?
I do, and you have set my soul at ease.
Good.
Thank you.
Well then, now that you are at ease, please, I welcome you to pray, if that would bring you further comfort. He looks up at the large Arthur and takes a measure. So I'm going to give you, actually give me an investigation roll. You may not have investigation, but sometimes that's used to do an insight check or take a, body language, things like that. Give me one, a full 50%.
Well, we'll definitely give it a try.
Vibe check.
57.
Do you have anything in investigation?
I have 0.
All right. When he looks at you, you get the distinct impression, and you don't get this too often, that he's on the same, he's at the same height, even though he isn't, if you know what I mean. Like he's not, there's no fear. And in fact, he wants you to know that he's looking at you as if you are not a greater warrior or a greater being than him.
Do I feel intimidated?
No, you don't. You do not feel intimidated, but he is not intimidated either. So he will, and he will leave the church, leaving the book and the door. But we will switch to the mayor's house while you ponder that. You can arrive at the mayor's house just in time to see the sheriff leaving. He obviously dropped in for a few minutes. But you can gain entry without a problem. Inside is Mayor Zodak Semple and Kennelin Perkins. Kennelin is in armor. It's rather antiquated. He's an older fellow, but he's obviously has some type of military background. The mayor is like, well met, travelers. I had heard that there were strangers in our good town. I apologize. There's not much in the way here in terms of amenities, but we will try and do our best to provide whatever comfort we can. The sheriff tells me that you are supportive of the burnings.
So Ida will walk forward, give a small curtsy, just the polite way, not like an over-exaggerated way.
Okay. Yep.
And she will kind of slip into an otherwise not yet seen, more proper behavior style, I guess.
Yep.
And she will kind of like step forward. Well, we are here to witness the burnings, but we are also here on something, and she'll kind of glance to Eustice, like something similar to, I suppose, a message delivery. We were sent by Colonel Dubois, a bit south from here, the fort.
Oh, yes, Fort St. Anne, the French fort. Interesting. The colonel has never sent me a message before.
Yes, well, he sent this, and she'll hand the letter forward.
Yeah,
To make sure
he takes a look at it. He opens it. Meanwhile, the major, Kennelin, he'll just kind of be taking measure of the two of you as the governor reads through the letter, and he will say, I see. Well, perhaps this is not surprising. If you are returning that way, you can, I will have a letter prepared in the morning with my response, but I don't see issue with this. We have plenty.
Wonderful. We were also.
Yep. It was sealed, so you didn't open it. No.
He had mentioned, though, that it was a request for
Taxes. Yeah.
taxes and items because they have a surplus, according to him.
Yeah. So he will say, yes, we have plenty. It was not always so. He says, the town that you see today, it was almost a cemetery 2 winters past. It was the harshest recorded winter since the landing at Plymouth Rock. 1/3 of our town died. We survived by making tough decisions. And you'll see that the major, who's kind of been standing off to the side, he'll say, when you command troops in battle, you must accept that you'll be sending some of them to the deaths. But They are dying for the greater good, you see. And the mayor kind of nods in agreement and turns back to you, and he's like, so when I found, he says, so when I found that there were witches in our midst looking to serve Ash Hollow up to the devil, you can understand that the decision was an easy one. I am more than willing to do what needs to be done to see to it that my town prospers. And as my esteemed colleague indicated, if that means sentencing my own people to death, well, I will not hesitate. Oh, he kind of gets taken aback. It's an unusual question. He goes, well, Ezekiel Criswell was bewitched, but myself, no. I suppose I did not. Although, does witchcraft not affect us all in some subtle, perhaps invisible ways? Perhaps I was affected and did not even know. Are you asking whether I think there could be more? Well, there could very well be others. I do not discount that. But when the rumors began one after another and the pieces began to fall in place and the accusations were brought forward, what am I to do? Am I to take the chance that these rumors are simply that, or that these accusations are false? Or am I to follow through and see to it that justice is delivered? Which, I ask you, is the greater risk? Letting a witch go free or condemning an innocent to death? Well, the Monsignor has already informed me that we're absolved of any sin related to the latter. The Malleus Maleficorum says as such, and that was blessed by the Pope. Indeed. Well, like I said, there isn't much to do here, so I don't personally see any reason to linger longer than you must. You've delivered your letter. He'll look towards you, Ida. You've delivered your letter. I'll have mine written in the morning. Perhaps then it is best that you return to inform your good colonel.
Well, if that is the request, yes.
Very well then. I have affairs to attend to. I must do my rounds. So, if there is nothing else, I'll bid you good day.
And Ida will curtsy again and walk out.
And Perkins definitely looks down upon the two of you. He's a veteran soldier. He definitely is, he's got his nose up high. He's definitely dismissive. And the two of you leave. I will also give you observation rolls, please. A full 50% plus whatever your bonus is. Just one.
17 for Ida.
Absolutely. So as you depart, Ida, you will notice, so you don't have to make a roll to notice the Monsignor. He is, of course, in full, Monsignor garb, and he is approaching the mayor's house, but lingering around, you see the sheriff and two other people, which would be Edith Criswell and Ezekiel Criswell. They are all extremely anxious to speak with the mayor. And in fact, as soon as you put enough distance between yourselves and the mayor's house, all five meet together inside, with the Monsignor kind of leading the way. Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, and I will pause there as I go back to the church just to see whether or not Rebecca and Arthur, are they finished or are they going to linger longer?
Listen, you're right. Just to help flow of narrative here, but yeah, just kind of like waiting till the Monsignor leaves. Like Rebecca
Yep.
goes up to one of the pews and did the whole genuflect, whole 9 yards of that.
Okay.
But once he's completely gone, she just kind of turns her head over and just kind of looks to Arthur. It's like, I don't know about you, but I would definitely like to see what's in that book.
This is if the text in this scripture is what's condemning many people to being witches, then I think it's a good idea to take a quick look at least.
It's not, any text that is infallible should definitely be looked at. And yeah, before she goes anywhere near this, though, just by, I don't know how confident the Monsignor looked, just kind of wants to take a look around. I don't know, are there security measures in place? What have they done that's so confident?
It seems to be a simple church. As you look around, probably the thing that you'll note the most, because you are seemingly a religious person, is you will spot the Bible. There is a shelf over against one wall. The Bible is on one of the bottom shelves, kind of tossed there, and you can see it is covered in dust.
Strange.
I have to admit, I did get quite a strange vibe from the what is it, Monsignor?
Monsignor, yeah.
Monsignor. Not many men look me in the eyes like that. Put me off a little bit.
I agree. Something is not quite right. Yeah, before I guess she goes up to look at this book, she'll turn to Arthur and would you be okay just kind of keeping watch, making sure no one's coming up here and might see me looking at this infallible text, this sacred text?
Of course. And I'll kind of take a position. Is this is the text in a podium, in the center of the,
yep.
It's centered to the aisle?
Well, you can actually, so if you see here, so at the very end of the church is this raised, the podium, see the raised spot where he speaks? See the podium?
She has to stand, they walk up to it.
Exactly. Exactly. So that's what I was like.
So you're on full display.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like a full pulpit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I might have to hide, but that's fine. It's not like a full pulpit or anything, which is what my initial impression was before I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. All right.
I will give you an occult roll or a knowledge lore roll if whichever one is higher. It's up to you.
Okay, it would definitely be occult just to look, and if Yeah, if she ever like feels the need to like turn pages or like
Yep.
disturb this book at all,
Yep.
she's actually going to I don't know, probably just trace like a little like swirl in the middle of her hand
Oh,
to
okay.
like be kind of like a like non-detection kind of rune going on.
That's no problem there.
Okay,
Make your occult roll.
sure. Okay. Oh, that was way too close. That was way too close. So I have the, the plus 30.
Yeah,
The 50, so it's an 80. I rolled a 78.
wow. That's but you are familiar with this book, and in fact, I might even give you a bonus. I would have given you a 10% bonus, so made you 90% because you came across as religious. This is a religious text. For those of you players in the chat, this is a real book in real life. It was written in the 1400s, and it is singularly responsible for most people being who are executed as witches for being so. The thing that you're making your roll, this is what's important. You would know, coming from larger, you've probably been in larger churches, larger centers. The current Pope, the church, this book at this period in time is pretty much considered to be a farce. It's just not taken seriously. It's to some extent perceived to be written by a madman to some extent, because the problem is the book gives you 100% justification to torture and kill anyone just based on someone saying they're a witch. Nope, because it absolves you of sin. Essentially, if you're wrong, no problem. So when you're leafing through this, there's a bit of an awe in having a copy of it. This is a pretty, it's not a magical text, but it is a vile text. Yeah, once you recognize it, you see that it's legit, and you know from, I guess, your background that no one of a Monsignor title or higher should be taking this book seriously. The papal bill, there's a 2-page papal decree kind of in the front of it saying legitimizing this book. Everyone knows it's a forgery. So think about this as the National Enquirer, if you guys know what that is. The National Enquirer of the 1600s.
Yep.
But this is a remote village. Maybe they're,
Mm-hmm.
But it does strike you that, again, just to remind you of everything that people were accused of, they're not accused of overly serious things. So there's no, in your mind, from a moral religious standpoint, there's no solid ground for this case to proceed, or for people to be found guilty and burned.
Yeah. Rebecca will step down from the
In fact, at this time
podium.
in Boston or Massachusetts, what they're doing here would be illegal.
Yeah.
Go back 30 years and go ahead, but so you've gone through the book and you realize it is the Malleus Maleficarum, and but your faith in the Monsignor is shaken. Then, of course, Arthur, you're looking at that door with a lock that seems like it's intentionally built to keep people like you out.
And I'll address that when Rebecca comes down from the podium.
Yeah, I'll do that before like even speaking about it. Yeah, it is what I feared. This is the text that they've been naming, but the thing is that it should never be the sole source of accusing anybody of really anything. This is bad. And also that confidence, that moral confidence in the Monsignor is not Christian. It's not. I'll tell you something. It's not God that condemns or judges or excommunicates. It's men.
So, do you believe this is a case of an underprivileged misunderstanding, or is there more malicious intent behind this?
There's no question that it's malicious.
Yeah.
I got scared for a second. I thought the Monsphere was like
Same. I was like,
appeared,
oh,
and it's like,
no.
oh shit.
We got caught. Oh no.
Right.
I think it is, and I think there's more than just him in on this. I don't know if you saw the glances between the elders and him when we walked in, but there's concern, maybe a little bit of fear in there. And the fact that that Bible over there is covered in dust, and this is a very used book, tells me that something malicious and something very unchristian is happening here.
Yes, I believe we're not currently in any danger, but we may find ourselves in it soon enough. Now, I too feel unwary. What's the word? Wary? Wary about the Monsieur, whatever. Call him Monsignor. Feel wary about the Monsignor myself, and with the tells that are here, I think we should maybe look a little deeper in what's going on. If I knew anything about a big tell, that door over there seems a little keep everything out, keep something very very malicious in its own right, hidden away. I'll gesture to the door, and do we
Do
have
we
time?
have the time to check this out? I'm not sure.
Maybe we can reconvene with the others, but let's just keep that in the back of our minds.
I'm very eager to see what they learned, just talking to other leaders of this town.
So
Yeah.
I believe you are going to meet up at where the prisoners are being held.
Yep.
So you can head there, but meanwhile,
Right.
Eustace, can you make your witchcraft roll, please? So proper, can you hear me? Yeah, can you make your witchcraft, your magic roll, please? Uh, 50%, but roll 80, yeah. So 76, so it's close. So I'm not going to give you the whole conversation, but there is definitely, and I may not even give you specific words, but the discussion is very frantic or heated, and then there's a calming voice but there's definitely you'll probably will catch questions like, why are they here? Do they know? And he goes, they must be here for a purpose. Things like that. And it's like, but you will hear one thing, maybe they were in calm. Maybe they were invited. Did you consider that they could be kindred spirits as opposed to enemies or foes? Let's not be hasty. Let us wait and see what unfolds. Do not fear. They are no threat to us. Yeah. The Monsignor. Yeah. A voice you wouldn't recognize, but you assume it's the Monsignor. Yeah. And you can all meet out in front of the location where the prisoners are being kept. Yeah. For those of you who actually, Rebecca and Arthur, as you come out, I think it would be only natural that you would turn and look back at the church, especially given the locked door that leads to the steeple. You will notice that there is a window in the steeple, a single window at the very top. Now I'll give you I'll give you one more. I'll give observation roll to Arthur and Rebecca. Sorry.
Okay.
Since you've come out of the steeple.
That actually might work. Yeah, that's a 47.
Nice.
It'll be 65 out of my 80.
Okay. So you can be waiting for the others to arrive. You'll see Eustace and Ida approaching, and you're looking at the church. It's the most dominant structure: the steeple, the window, and then it dawns upon you. The window is facing west, and there is no other windows in the entire village. It just dawns upon you that that side of every building has no windows. They did, but they are boarded over. And you're all back together.
Yes, we learned quite a bit. And was your meeting with the mayor successful? As well.
I'm not enjoying our time here as it is. I don't think anything good might come out of this place. What about the rest of you?
Yes, the Monsignor corroborated on that. He said that there would be no moral penalty for making a mistake, which is not quite settled right within my soul.
I will say that because of Eustace's assistance, I am getting the idea that there's a possibility we may be able to do a bit more digging if we continue to play up the fact that we are for the burnings. I did catch wind of one of them saying that maybe we were with them, not against them, despite their anxiety of having us here. But we were also asked to promptly leave. So we will have to at least spend part of the evening, I believe, doing some digging around town.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur, you cannot, your eyes keep, and Rebecca, your eyes keep wandering to the steeple.
Do I feel compelled to do something, or just
no,
keep looking at it?
not a supernatural compelling. It's just like
weird.
Like the governor's house had no locks. In fact, this kind of storehouse has kind of a board across it. That's the only lock, like just a plank that keeps the door shut. But again, you can open it and go in where the prisoners are. But the one door in the entire village that had a robust lock is in the church.
Mm-hmm.
Where the Monsignor is doing nefarious deeds.
And again, whether you share this with others, I'll also remind you that narrow window looking west when no other window does. And in fact, any window that did has been boarded up.
Why west?
You look towards the west.
So weird.
Well, you can see there's the wall surrounding it. To the west, you see forest. Probably if you go to the edge of it and kind of look over the wall, you'll see forest and what looks to be a game trail, like an animal trail, not like a cart trail, like a footpath, but not a well-traveled one, more of a game trail.
There's certainly something I think
that,
they were trying to hide.
Other than that, there appears to be nothing. There are people, there are people walking around. I mean, again, there's normal villagers.
And we can talk to the supposed witches in the storeroom.
I think
like that's the next step. Yes.
And
I think we can talk to them, and then we can talk about a little bit more of what we're seeing with this after.
And of course, the 5 elders are all in the mayor's. They're at the mayor's place. So
Unsupervised.
you can open the door, and you'll see the 5 accused are in there. Kind of, they're probably, I would say, they're not behind bars because the town doesn't have a prison. But they would probably be like, they'd have a shackle that's tied to the wall. Again, if you seriously wanted to break them out, it wouldn't be difficult.
Prison break.
But they'll look up, look a bit confused. But Primrose will smile, and she'll say, "You're the strangers my mother told me about."
She's a witch. She knows us.
Oh,
I was going to say Ida would like to kind of do like an observation on any of them as they're talking,
Sure.
to see if any of them have any sort of.
Sure. Yep. Go ahead. Make an occult roll. I think might be appropriate in this case. 50% plus whatever your feat bonus is. Anybody can make that roll if they want.
Yeah, I think if we're all here to size them up, I'll do that too.
Yeah.
With my knowledge of the occult.
Failed badly, but that feels appropriate in her backstory.
Oh yeah, also failed 97.
Mine was a success at a 35.
There's nothing that immediately strikes you as occult in the least. So nobody's written any symbols in the dirt or is wearing anything that could be a totem. I mean, they look like normal people.
But no
vibes aren't off yet.
No magic-y vibes.
No, but you would see fear in most of their faces. Probably not as much fear in Ephraim White's, who worked at the church, and maybe not as much fear in Charity Milliken. But they'll look up, and Charity will probably be the one, and she's like, "Have you come to taunt like the others?" Some of the people in this town are actually relishing in the fact that we will be burned.
Well, who knows if the deeds are fair or if the punishment is unfair? What say you all?
I can't believe I'm going to say it. This is 1649. Who burns witches in 1649?
Burning witches is so 1630s. I can only make that joke 3 times in one stream, right. So I gotta watch out. Yeah.
No, Charity, she is like the elders of this village have determined that we are guilty, and the Monsignor has cast sentence.
Heavens no, we don't believe it, but I wouldn't tell anyone that.
A few people will perk up, especially Primrose. She goes, "You believe that we're not witches?"
Let's say we have insider information.
Oh, but the trial is over.
Well, there's not much we can do about that. At least not yet. But we will do our best to get you out of here.
Suddenly there's hope. Thank you. People will be incredibly thankful. Probably Absalom Baird will scoff a bit. He's like, "I've heard words before. Doesn't mean they're true. We're damned. We're condemned. The Monsignor will see to it. What are a bunch of strangers going to do? You're not from here. You don't understand our ways."
Then you will tell them to us.
The Monsignor, his word is essentially God, and the mayor and the others, they follow him like a pack of dogs, rabid dogs. And half the town are bewitched by his words, full of fire and brimstone they are. You can attest to that. He points to Baird. He goes, "What have we heard from the Bible? Nothing. Only that book." And Ephraim White will say, yes, what he speaks is true. The Monsignor is consumed by the Malleus Maleficarum. It is based on that book that we are all so easily condemned. Even though I tried to explain to him that it is no longer accepted, not by any bishop or cardinal or pope. It is simply a book that serves no good purpose.
Then where did it come from?
Oh, I'm afraid we have plenty of books in the church that date back some years. I believe the Monsignor must have sent for it. I did not create it, but it is his own personal book. I'm sorry. I do appreciate your kind words and offers of hope, but I am at peace with this fate. I know I am not guilty, and
Well,
and I know
I am not. I need to know what is new, what has changed, who has come to this town in the past year or so.
Baird will say things seemed to change after the winter. It was a harsh one.
Can you remind me of the name of that soldier that we spoke to in the mayor's house?
Perkins.
Perkins?
Major Perkins, I believe it.
I will look to Baird, the one who kind of scoffed at me earlier and said, tell me, not many people come or stay in this particular town, but the ideas of Mr. Perkins seemed particularly strange, especially in these times. Is he new, or has he always been here?
He has been here. He's one of the elders. He was here for some years before the winter. One of you wouldn't have anything to drink, would you? My thirst is terrible. Oh, and I don't mean water. They give us that. He points to a bucket. I mean, do you have something to drink?
I will look at the others and see if anyone thinks that I should give him any of my liquor.
Ida has a small satchel with a little bit of stuff in it as well, so she will bend down, knowing that Eustace is for other things. Hers is not.
He'll gulp it down, and White will continue. He will say, since the winter, the elders, many appreciate the fact that they got us through it, that we survived. But the Monsignor, the nature of his sermons changed, and ever since have grown increasingly accusatory. Because if I would almost suspect that he planted the idea that the devil is amongst us and that there are witches amongst us. He seemed eager to find us guilty, almost desperate. And he's not the only one. I see desperation in the eyes of others in the village, people who I once called friends and neighbors, but now they want to see me burn. They want to see all of us burn. And then there are the windows. Based on the Monsignor's decree, none are to look west. For west is where, sorry, let me find my notes. He says, for west is the sun rises in the east and fades into the west. The Monsignor claims that it is in the west that the devil resides. One should not look west or travel west, lest you meet his gaze and have your faith be tested. Only the Monsignor has the strength of will to stare the devil in the eye, according to him.
Eustace will loudly laugh at such a sentiment.
It appears we have a case of a false prophet in our midst.
There is something to the west. Something I am convinced the Monsignor does not want us to see.
You're almost certainly right. Most legends and myths start from some sort of truth.
Well,
whether it's the devil is yet to be seen, but we'll certainly be traveling that direction soon, I'm sure.
Well then,
Did we
Godspeed.
Did we travel west to
No.
get here?
You came from the east, we'll say.
Okay.
Yeah. Or we'll say
Well-
we came from the north, we'll say.
Okay.
Okay, I was
south.
gonna say, because if we came,
Yeah.
like,
Came
That's
from
like,
the east.
like
There's
we're
anytime,
going,
I know
we're
like
going
north
west.
is like, did we go
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
northwest or is like, okay,
No,
cool.
you did not come from that direction. It's a
Okay.
different direction.
What longitudinal degree were we traveling at by any
Ah.
chance?
Your GPS coordinates.
I don't know. Listen, I
yeah,
look too
can we
deeply
get-
into things.
Can we get some hemispherical data?
Oh my god. Give me those UTM coordinates right now. Oh my god.
So they are quite. So everyone is quite. Some are hopeful, others are resigned, but yeah, your visit with them has reaffirmed in your minds that these are not witches. They're just people.
Mhm. Before like we go, I think Rebecca would offer to read some Bible verses to them. They seem that they still do have a belief in a greater faith, just not these people. So if
Some
they're
will take
happy to do it, yeah.
some will take comfort in it. A few won't, but yeah, it's appreciated. And then you can leave them to their fate for now. So the question is, do you head west into the forest, or do you go another path?
Is that even a question?
I think the problem we're gonna have is we should find a way that we go west without anyone in
Without
town.
going west.
Well, that's
Mhm.
without anyone in
Tell
town
me-
noticing
Tell
we're
me
going.
you
Yeah,
go west
perhaps
without
we
telling
could
me you go west.
God
Yeah,
damn
or
it, EG.
perhaps we could see perhaps we could see west. I mean, does the steeple look over the wall?
Yes. The steeple would look over the wall and the trees. It's high enough.
Perhaps we could just see it. I mean, it is risky to break a lock in a church.
I mean, I
but-
can do the same thing we did on the path, which would be to let people's concentration slide off of us. And so Eustace will recommend that. She will say, I have a way to, if you want to lead me out of here, I can at least assist us from being noticed.
Yes, and given that all the elders are currently busy,
It might
there
be
will
the most
be
appropriate
no one
time to
left.
leave.
Mm-hmm.
So we would like to
Do the
leave
door
and head
first?
west, or we would like to attend to the locked door.
I'm thinking the door because that goes up to the steeple, which we would then be able to see out that window facing west. And
Wasn't
perhaps
that window
higher
boarded up?
vantage.
Or
No,
No, that
No,
was
it
the
was
only one
that
not
was
boarded
not.
up.
Okay, you're right.
And it's the only one that's, I think, high, what did you say, high enough above the wall?
see over the
Exactly.
wall and the trees. You can look over the wall in other spots, but all you see is
Gotcha.
the forest. Yeah.
Well, if we do, we must be quick. We must find a way to
I
cover
do
our
not
tracks.
know-
Yes,
yeah,
you-
I do not know that all of us going would be smart at that.
Then we split up again. Do you feel
Are you
safe
going-
doing this?
You sense so. I would say you get nothing malicious from the church. The church itself is a building. The portal, the window in the steeple, is obviously meant so that someone in that upper room can look west. Going to the church alone does not appear to be risky. Going west alone is extremely unnerving.
Mhm.
So we
The
should.
forest, there is something, I will tell you, there is something there calling to you.
Then perhaps Rebecca, would you like to investigate the steeple, and we will protect you down here?
Yeah, that works for me.
So you can re-enter the church quickly. You get to the door. Are you going to use some spell to bypass it?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do. Let's see, what kind of materials would be around? Yeah, just hit it. Oh my gosh, no. Yeah, she'll take some of the same oil that she did for the non-detection when messing with the book.
Yeah.
And kind of just draw like a singular X just over the actual like keyhole of the lock, if it's a keyhole,
Yep.
I guess. Just kind of draw that X over it and see if she can undo the lock without using a key.
All right, give me your magic roll.
Okay. Come on, 80%. All right, 33. Let's go.
Nice. The lock just unlocks. It's a normal lock. There's nothing magical about it. So you just kind of do this, and it's a relatively
Kind of
simple.
big.
You kind of pull it off and open the door. It does creak a bit when you open it, and there's a very, very tight spiral staircase leading up.
All right, up I go.
I would like to just bring up the concern that it appears to have been confirmed that a strong will is needed to peer on here. Now, as strong as I may look, I am not strong-willed. Who amongst us will like to bear this?
What do we?
Basically,
Oh,
who's willing? Who's strong-willed? Who's got that big mind?
I mean, Eustace definitely does. If we're talking about the same feat.
Yeah, just like I guess the self-control or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So
that
Are
does
you
worry.
referring
That
to
does worry me.
the Malefic whatever?
the Malleus. Oh, you took the book?
Or are you talking about just looking out west?
Yeah, looking out the window.
Yeah, looking out west.
Oh, the
Okay.
window.
Well-
Sorry, is Rebecca going up alone, or is
I
someone going?
assumed as
Yeah,
much.
I was confused about
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
But it's up to Rebecca to say if she wants someone else to go, or if
Yeah, because
If
I'm
she-
expressing that I don't want to go.
Oh, okay.
I'm
or if
saying
she
that
wants
I.
others to come with her is the question.
So Rebecca, do you want to go alone, or others coming with you?
I mean, any of you are free to come with. I do think I am equipped to cast my eyes out west, however.
Then go. It'll be easier if only one of us is there.
All right, you slip into the church, past the lock, up the tight spiral staircase. As you're getting closer to the room at the top, there is a smell. You've smelled it before on the road. It is the smell of death. And in fact, when you rise into the actual steeple, you will see the exact same effigy is in the center of the room, and there are 5 chairs sitting around it, one for each of the elders, perhaps, and that window facing west. The smell is a bit overpowering here, the smell of rot, and again, you'll see the occasional maggot fall out from underneath the burlap of the effigy.
Mm-hmm.
This does not appear to be Christian.
This does not appear to be Christian at all.
I
Interesting.
mean, I haven't read the whole Bible, but something tells me.
Book of Revelation.
You mean your personal Bible or the dusty Bible?
Okay, well, she will definitely take.
And you realize that again,
Oh,
here, the seats that are around it are positioned like the turnip lanterns. These are people, the place where they would sit and obviously worship whatever this thing, and the smell of death is coming from it. And of course, there is that window. As you move towards it and peer out over the wall across the forest, you can see a clearing in the distance. In that clearing are what appear to be standing stones, but you can't quite make out much in the way of detail. But there is a lingering mist, and the stones, again, they do beckon to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is a lot to take note of and to take in. This is good. She doesn't necessarily want to do a whole lot of like exploring or messing with the effigy, just based on what happened last time with the last one. But she will take a play out of Ida's playbook and just be like, well, should play by the rules here, basically, and cut a lock of hair from one of her things, and just kind of put it on like one of the chairs facing the effigy, and just kind of leave.
Right. And you can quickly descend back to the others and tell them what you have discovered. That in fact, the elders of this town appear to be worshiping a more primal paganistic power that is in the same likeness of what you saw on the road. This horned.
Is it possible that these burnings aren't witch burnings, but in fact sacrifices?
Based on the effigies, I believe that they are. They're
Eustice will say as
pretending
much.
to be something. Yeah, they're pretending to be that something they are not.
It appears witch burnings being done by a witch is an interesting factoid we're looking towards.
I mean, they may not even be witches. They could be just simple servants of a dark lord of some kind.
Is the extension of a power that much different from the power itself?
Depends if they can actually wield it, or if they're just being used.
Those of you who wield magic, which is everyone, a beckoning, you sense a beckoning, an invitation from the west. An invitation, not a challenge.
Yeah, the standing stones. There has to be something
Hashtag
going on with that.
Don't like. So what did you see out of the window? I dozed for a second.
Circle of standing stones, like in a clearing in the woods, and then it was like all like misty and spooky.
Spoopy mist. Don't know.
Yeah, 3 spoopy, 5 me.
Prior to us deciding to leave, Ida will probably, while Rebecca is in the
Steeple?
what's a steeple? I was gonna say pulpit, but I knew that was not the right spot.
So close.
She probably would have went around to see if there was anything kind of like forageable or anything that absolutely making sure she picked up dirt from the hollowed ground of the church.
Okay.
Making sure that she like grabbed a couple of things. She wants like some of the organic earthen bits, and she doesn't want to do it like outright in the center of town, just like picking up dirt, like smelling it and like being, super creepy and strange. But definitely wants to have some of the organic bits of this town, and she wants to make sure she's making her own hex bag for this town specifically.
Okay. Yep, no problem. Everybody is giving you a wide berth. So you have your items, you grip your weapons, and do you venture west?
Oh, yeah.
West into the forest.
Channeling as much of that concentration that Eustace almost goes completely blind, just so that people don't notice that they're traveling west.
No need to make a roll. Yeah, no problem. And as you wander through the trees, you'll eventually come to a clearing of standing stones. You'll see that the stones are assembled in a circle. At the center is a stone altar. On it is the body of a horse. It is clearly been slain and its body somewhat mutilated. You approach.
Oh, I don't like this one bit.
Agreed.
Do you step forward to kind of inspect the circle and the horse?
Get to the precipice of the circle.
Yeah, do not walk in the circle.
You don't sense any immediate malice here. There is a primal energy, but there is, as I said before, there is an invitation.
Is it a primordial energy?
Primal is a better word. Yeah, it's old, ancient, a primal force, but the nature of it eludes you. But you are all again. No, you don't feel threatened, but you can feel the power. But you're all beckoned to step forward and, to some extent, parley.
Yeah, Ida will step forward. She's not, if she's being invited, because she understands the idea of like, I will invite you, you invite me, etc. So.
Okay. So Ida steps forward. Do the others join her?
It's okay if not. She's fine.
Yep.
She's absolutely fine.
I'll stand on the edge. I'll play linebacker on this one.
Eustace will decide based on what Rebecca does.
She's really torn with this.
Okay, then if Eustace sees that she is torn, then she'll join Ida.
Okay.
As you step forward, you can see that when you get closer to the horse, you can see that it is in fact partially consumed. The meat cut away, the 5 bloody knives still lie on the altar.
Fresh blood?
Yeah, I would say within we'll say within 24 hours. So the spilled blood is probably dry. There's probably flies buzzing around.
So Ida will, holding on to Eustace, not because she's not sure if Eustace can still see or anything like that, kind of grasping onto her hand or her arm, without thinking, will kind of drop to her knees.
Yeah.
And motion for Eustace to do the same. Whether she chooses to or not is up to her. But and she will say out loud, "You have called us here. What would you like to discuss?"
And Rebecca, you're holding back.
Yeah, she'll be on the outside.
The mist grows thick around the clearing to the point where there is nothing. Even if you're on the edge, there is nothing beyond the stones. The forest is completely obscured, and a voice from the mist. You'll all hear it. "I have seeded this ground for centuries with my power. Your abilities hold no sway inside my henge. There is no world but that which I decide exists inside my henge. I define the rules by which we parley inside my henge. Do you understand?" Probably addressing you, Ida, and Eustace, since you're in the henge.
She will kind of bow deeply to show acceptance of terms.
You can't. There is no physical presence. You can't. So there's no body language. But I will tell you, there's body language in magic. So it's like the ripples and flows of magic. So whenever you show deference, there's definitely an appeasement or a contentment, like it likes that you're doing this. "You are less than maggots when standing in between my stones. I care not about your names, but I will know who you are, as you will know me. The seer sent you to find the truth, and so you will have it. 3 questions I will ask, and 3 questions we will both answer. Refuse at your peril, for this is my domain and dominion. As host, I claim the right to answer last." And so we begin. And you sense, Eustace and Ida, that again, these are directed at you, just like those who are outside the henge to some extent don't exist to the creature. Although those...
Can they hear it or not?
They can hear it, yeah. I don't want to exclude them.
Well.
And so we begin. Your village is already experiencing a poor harvest and hard winter when the snow is stained red with blood. A string of murders adds to the fear. Then two men are brought before you. One is certainly innocent. The other is certainly guilty and is certain to take more lives. There is no way to be sure which is which. What do you do? Speak truly, for that is what we seek, isn't it? The truth. I await your answer.
You just
Fizul,
get
are
popped
you?
with a riddle.
No, Fizul just dropped the trolley problem years before the trolley was invented.
Canon, the trolley problem. So Ida, without thinking, and without conferring at all, probably with Eustice, she will without kind of even realizing probably what she's saying. Well, I am of no power, like you say, but if I had a choice, I would dispatch both. And she will say nothing else.
Just nothing else. And you answered. It will not, it has to take your answers as they are. Those are the terms. Your ship has been destroyed by storms. You and others find yourself marooned on a small island. As if survival and finding food was not difficult enough, one of the others declares themselves leader. Enough back them that they can enforce their will, which is cruel and selfish. This creates further hardship. You know there is talk of murder amongst the others, but they are too afraid to act. While looking for birds' eggs near a cliff, you find yourself alone with the self-appointed tyrant. He is standing close to the edge. What do you do? Speak truly, for that is what we seek, isn't it? The truth. I await your answer.
And Ida will glance at Eustice, making sure that she's not the only one speaking for everybody. So, in the off chance Eustice wants to say something.
No, I feel like she would have nodded along with your original answer, seeing where you're going. And I don't think Eustace can tell whether you are answering honestly or you are playing to the like whims of this god of some kind. But she'd look back at you for an answer because she trusts you to make a choice. Unless you just want me to do it.
No, that's okay. Yeah, so Ida will waiting for a second to see if Eustace answers.
Eustace is what she's doing now is she's letting you take lead so she can like open her senses to the world more and see if she can get any insight based on either how he responds or like what powers I am experiencing. Does that make sense?
So, yep. So Ida's, so I will ask the question. The answer that you gave to the first dilemma, was it truthful?
Yes.
Her answer caused excitement. Like you felt the magical energies grow excited. But, so while excited, her answer did not quite go far enough to, for the power to fully agree, but it was in the right direction.
Yeah, so for those of you who aren't picking it up yet, Ida's magic is identifiable probably as close as you could get to hoodoo. So she is very accepting of the dark and light aspect. So understanding that there is a lot that needs to happen for good to also happen. So she's not necessarily as freaked out as most, but still very anxious. So at the second question, she would probably look to Eustace. If Eustace does not answer, she would say, well, then it looks as though standing on the precipice, then we both perish. meaning like she would probably take him out and go with him.
Interesting. She did.
Yeah, the magical energies start to spiral. That's confusing. Why would you sacrifice yourself? But your answer is your answer. No judgment is cast. No further questions are asked. And now the final question. It is the harshest of winters that any have experienced. Grain and game are in short supply. The nearby fort offers no aid, for you do not and will not bend the knee to their king. You and your people are starving. Without drastic action, everyone will be dead before spring. Even with rationing, you can feed less than half, no more. What do you do? Speak truly, for that is what we seek, isn't it? The truth.
So on this last one, she is going to get very quiet. And she will glance back at like the people she has been traveling with.
Mm-hmm. Eustice gives you the look that she has an answer, but she doesn't trust it.
And she will give you the space to answer. She's like giving that space, but if you don't speak up, she will for sure give her answer.
Why don't you give your answer, and we'll see if Eustice feels the need to speak up.
So yeah, Ida will grab a handful of dirt, kind of like take it in for a second, probably look a little bit towards her party, knowing that the things she's about to say are going to sound really not the best. And she will kind of grin. I am aware that without life, there needs to be death. But I do believe in that situation, the death is at the hands of the rich, yes. Not at the hands of the earthen ones. And kind of like take out the hex bag that she had made of the earth of the town.
Yep.
And offer it towards the altar.
What is it that you are offering? The town. It's already mine.
She doesn't say anything because she doesn't want to ruin one of her questions.
You have. So what is your answer? What would you do?
So her answer is kind of the idea of
the poor. So you're basically saying that the rich, obviously, the wealthy elders fed themselves and let the people starve.
So
but
like,
are you saying that's what you would do, what they did, or you're trying to flip the balance?
No, she's saying the other way around.
Yeah, you would say.
Yeah, like flipping the balance. Like
you would say, as a leader of the town, I would starve myself and give the food to the common people. Okay.
Which Eustice will put a hand out over Ida's and agree with her, and she'll say, yes, you'd give up everything to help those who are less fortunate than you. As a mother once, I tried this to my best ability, and I did not succeed, but I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Aezoth and Rebecca, you can feel the power of the mist as the questions are drawing to a close. The energy here, this primal energy, is rising. Again, there is a level of excitement. I have heard your answers, and I know who you are. Now it is time for you to know me and learn the truth that you were sent to find. You stopped the murderers by killing both. Of that we agree. But you relieved the hardship of the winter by sharing the bodies amongst those in need. Anything else would be a waste of meat. You pushed the tyrant to his death and divided him amongst the other survivors to nourish their bodies. Anything else would be a waste of meat. You can save more than half by killing a third and dividing them amongst all those who remain. Anything else would be a waste of meat.
Oh Lord, did this town eat human meat? God.
As you near starvation, I am the whisper that becomes a roar. I do not offer power or wealth to those who follow me. I have no grand design. I am hunger, the most primal of urges, and I am the hunger that can exist only when the reaper is nearest. Now do you understand what I am? And he will, oh, that was the mist, sorry, I got to go back. And the mist flows back, and in fact, this entity that it is reveals itself. It's rather horrifying. It is but a mouth filled with rows of teeth that exists for but one purpose, which is to consume. And Eustice, as the thought enters your mind about the town, this creature, its words confirm your worst fears. Indeed, I whispered into the ears of the people of Ash Hollow, and some listened. Even those who didn't, they may have suspected, but no one questioned when the meat was offered. In the end, everyone chose to dine at my table. Now some yearn to return to it. You have not come here to witness an execution. No, you've come here to witness a feast, a barbecue. Although that hasn't been invented yet. I sense you.
I was gonna say.
He goes, I sense you're repulsed by my words, as are many when they first hear them. But as your hunger grows, my words grow sweeter. Taste you. You can feel it, can't you? The hunger rising. The seats at my table are empty and are yours for the taking. All of you, those inside the circle, even more so, feel it's almost like a hunger like you've never felt before rise inside you. Those outside the circle, you grow ravenous, but it is not as, since you're outside the circle, it is not as strong. However, we will be requiring self-control rolls here. So here's the deal. Those inside the circle, yes, I'm going to be mean here. Your self-control is only a 30. Those outside the circle, your self-control is a 50. You will have to make it. This is one you will want to make.
Is there still mist?
There is, yeah. But this thing is probably, I have him pictured in front of the altar. He would be behind the altar, this creature.
33 out of 60.
Eustice makes it and pushes the hunger aside.
41 out of 50.
Aezoth makes it, pushes the hunger aside. And by the way, you will see the feast table itself, changes to an elaborate feast filled with all manner of delicious delicacies.
This is even as we fail?
Can
Yeah,
you tell me the...
I mean, as we succeed, I'm sorry.
See it. You see it.
He's tempting us, basically.
Right.
Rebecca.
So I needed a 60 and I rolled a 68.
So Rebecca just walks forward, putting her hands around a delicious, probably gripping a delicious turkey, tearing away the meat and stuffing it into her mouth. Ida.
Yeah. So it was 30 with whatever we have in self-control, right?
Yeah. So what do you have in self-control?
40.
You have a 40 plus 40 in self-control.
No, just 10 plus
40
10.
total.
So
sorry.
40 total. Yeah, no.
So what did you roll?
37.
Hell yes.
You reach out, you pick like up an apple and put it towards your mouth, but at the last minute, you stop. Those of you who make it, you do see this feast table, but when you make your rolls and you can break free of his hold, you'll see Rebecca pulling the innards out of this horse and essentially stuffing them into her mouth as if she is ravenous.
Oof.
Can I get something to do?
Yeah, you guys can now do something.
Okay, so as this mist is still ever present and this thing is here, I'd like to call upon what the fuck is it called? Svizvla again. I'd like to empower my bracers. Grab down here, and I want to do a heavy arcing swing, and I want to, as I swing, I want to beckon the wind to go with my axe and sweep away the mist that comes into it.
You
So
wanna
this
try?
isn't like just
Yep.
wind. This is like the
Okay.
elemental wind.
Yep. Go ahead. You can. So everybody can act. So what it is doing is laughing hideously. So go ahead, EG. You can make. This is not a fight roll. This would be a magic roll. I'll just give you
commune.
I'll get you outside the circle. I'll give you your full roll.
All right. And do you want to characterize this as like a standard magic use,
Yeah,
or like
standard,
a
yeah,
little
50.
heavier?
In this case, I'm just going to make it standard.
Okay.
It's not terribly. You're bringing up a wind to push the mist back.
Yeah, so it's a good thing because I have a 90 and I rolled an 81. So I succeed, but not.
So the wind blows. You push the mist away. You can now see the trees, but you realize that as you're kind of concentrating, the moment that the wind lets up, the mist is going to return. So it's not like a constant struggle.
Ever present.
So Rebecca, you can't do anything, I'm afraid, but Eustice and I, yeah. No, you two can. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Awesome. Yep. 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 You can. Yep. I will let you do that. However, so how many points did you need, Rebecca? I don't know. If
I needed 8 more.
yeah, that's not much. Yeah. 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 So I'm actually going to do, so you kind of reach out, put your hand on her as she walks past. So Rebecca, you don't actually stuff it in your mouth.
Oh, lit.
Pick it up, you're about to, when all of a sudden you realize what it is, and you realize that Eustice is there. Her hand is upon you. She's lending her strength. But by lending you her strength, she shares in your hunger. Hunger so consuming that it actually consumes, you actually grow thinner before people's eyes as your body consumes itself in the form of 10 points of damage.
Oh my god.
There you
The
go.
big brain
Guys
fight.
are always stuck. So all of a sudden you realize that you realize that a part of this entity is now inside you and it's eating you away. But you've probably been hungry before. You've been through hard times before, yeah, it just, you just mentally and physically shrug it off, like away from me, away from her, and since nobody, yeah, you'd be in pain. But it is no longer laughing. There's no one eating at its table. It has nothing to rejoice about. So it will yeah, so its laughter turns to it's not a roar. It would be a moan of It's the most desperate moan that you could ever make when you are the hungriest you could ever be. Now, since Eustice has broken this, Rebecca, Ida, you can act as you feel the rage of this thing growing. Eat.
And we now see that the feast is not real, right?
You can. It is in fact. It is in fact the horse.
Dead horse. Yeah. Rebecca is gonna take some coal that she's just kind of had from her little like components here, or probably took from a fireplace or something, and make like what's basically just a handprint on the ground. Like she'll just smear this coal over her hand, just make a handprint on the ground, and try to just like kind of make this like ring of fire, like very close to the altar, and like try to like catch flame to this altar.
Very cool. All right, give me a magic roll.
Okay. We're gonna try it. Please don't mess with me, dice. All right, 22. Let's go.
Oh, 22. Your spell goes off. I'll let you feel free to describe it however you wish, in terms of what the narrative power is over to you in terms of what happens to the altar and the creature.
Okay, so as almost like these kind of like spidering, like spider webbing kind of patterns, like actually reach the altar, and at first it starts to not entirely catch flame, and almost like at war with the powers that be within that certain circle. But she just puts more and more of her energy and everything that she's got to catch flame, and eventually like a couple sparks at first, and eventually just this entire pyre basically occurs like over the horse. The horse is just getting barbecued at this point, as well as if the creature is also on that altar, like it's starting to burn the beast as well.
It cries out, hunger is a force that can never be sated, and it's just kind of growing more and more frustrated. Aezoth, I am going to give you give me your magic roll, please, as you're pushing back the wind, because you're desperately looking for something here. It doesn't appear to be moving to attack. It's more like it's gathering its primal power to it. The fire is overtaking the altar, but fire against stone, while it is a challenge to its power, it is not enough to undo it. But Aezoth, give me a roll on your magic, please.
Well, so this is for the wind?
No, this is really more earth than wind.
Oh, so like so that's what I was gonna say. As I'm seeing this not work, now I want to manipulate different aspects of it. Yeah.
So I'm going to give you this is kind of a magic insight check. Well, we'll use your magic roll because this has to do with the elements.
Yeah. So on my 90%, I rolled an 82.
Oh,
one more than my last roll.
It told you where its strength. It's told you right at the beginning where its strength lies. It's in the henge. It's the stones themselves.
Huh.
Not the mist.
Okay. Yeah. How large is the stone structures of the henge?
They're relatively large. They're varying degrees. However, if you summon the power of the earth into your axe, I will allow you to give it a swing and to try and crack one in half.
Man, how many are there?
There are 5. I know the picture has more, but there's 5 main.
Yeah. But
a henge, if one is broken, the henge is broken.
Okay. Yeah. Sure, I'll just target the one. I'll grab my.
So I am going to roll initiative.
Okay.
Just roll 1 die 10. I didn't roll very well.
6
so
again.
I rolled a 3. So if you rolled higher than 3, you're good. Did anyone roll lower than 3?
6.
You were lower? Okay.
No, if I'm killing it. Rolled a 10, and
Oh.
my special ability is +4 to initiative.
Wow.
Nice. And Ida, you made it?
8, yes.
Hunger cannot be sated. And you feel he's doubling down on his power. You feel the urge to feed returning, but you get to act first before I ask for another self-control roll. All
So
right.
do we go?
You all beat me, so you can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can go in initiative order if you want. A 10. The fire had burned away the grass. The horse is now cooking, sizzling, but the creature does not appear to be affected by it, at least not within the henge.
So we can go
So-
initiative order, right?
Okay.
hmm
Go ahead.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that she's gonna kind of do this. Is gonna be strange. Since I don't know, is she still outside of the Stonehenge, or like since she was going forward to it, am I still?
You're now inside.
Okay,
The only
I'm in the
person
hinge.
outside
Okay.
is Aezoth. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she will actually take out her pocket Bible again, and start just reading a bunch of verses that she's used in exorcisms and things
Oh,
like
You're
that.
gonna try and exit.
Because that's part of the reason why she's excommunicated, because she found knowledge that she was not supposed to have.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll just start reading from that again, like occasionally taking out a flask of holy water that she has, like
Okay.
kind of trying to edge like towards like away from the circle, almost to try to like lure it out of the Stonehenge, if that's possible.
You start reading the incantations. The beast, the hunger, begins laughing. He is like, there is no power but mine inside my henge. He cries out as he laughs, but you keep reading. The words keep going. Next highest, I think, was Ida, was it? Did you get an 8 or something?
Yep. I would like to do something very dumb.
Yeah,
Dumb things.
let's go.
So Ida is going to turn to Aezoth and go, before you make that swing, because I'm sure she can see him kind of winding up accordingly.
Well, and you can see, you can describe it, but I would always imagine like stone starting to cover the axe.
Like something like sheathing the top of it, or like making it kind of hardened. Yeah. So she's gonna go, before you do that, and she wants to just dart past this creature and pull its hair out.
Oh, pull a piece of its hair. Interesting.
She wants like a chunk of its hair to stick into a hex bag, because what she wants to do is just like stuff it into a little hex bag and then toss it kind of like a baseball to aid in the destruction, because I am aware that it is all powerful. So I am trying to use its own power against the stone.
I like, it's an interesting idea, tossing a piece of it outside the henge.
Yes.
That's an interesting idea. Yeah, so give me, it says the fight roll.
Okay. I did put +30 in a fight because I was afraid
Oh,
that I would
okay.
have to do something very dumb.
So you rush forward, you see the teeth, the maw, the smell of death, rotten meat, as it continues to laugh. It looks at you as if you were nothing. But it's not attacking physically, because it knows that when it doubles down on its hunger, you will feed at its table.
Right.
So
Yeah.
go ahead, make your fight roll.
Yeah. So I did the plus
30, yeah, so
30. Yeah.
even 80% chance.
And I rolled a 41.
Oh,
so
you tear the geez, my nose got in the way. You tear the fur out of its hide and keep running. You kind of throw it into the bag.
And I'm like tossing it. It's a small, tiny leather pouch. She's kind of just like tying it, even if she can, as she's running past, like grabbing some of the dirt inside of the circle, whatever she can to give the power of this creature and its space outside of, and kind of like.
This is a brilliant idea. Good job, Chrissy, because it has tethered itself between the stones. This is where its power is. This is where it's absolute. You take the bag and you throw it out past two of the stones, and it's like, like in the astral plane, you have that kind of silver thread. That's kind of what it is. All of a sudden, you've anchored it to the outside world, as well as here. It will actually cry out in rage, and its mental hold on everyone is gone. The hunger just vanishes. Your power in the henge, because there's this anchor, your powers will have more effect here. So you'll actually start to smell burning fur as the fire that you cast, Rebecca, starts to burn the creature. But unfortunately, so before it acts, I guess we have to finish the round with Eustice and Aezoth. Yep. Yep. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I won't actually require a roll for that. That's pretty brilliant. Well, I will not. No, that's a good enough. Yeah. And Aezoth, I kind of imagined what was going to go on with the axe, but why don't you explain it as you?
Yeah, so we'll tactile this together. So I've been gathering my earthen bits that I have with me, and I throw it up in the air, and I reeled back the axe. And what I'm gonna do is, from the picture, is this like, are we in a circle of the stone, or is the stone like away? Okay, so what I picture I want to do is I want to strike the henge. As I strike it, I want to will the spirits to rise up higher out of the ground, to split it in half from underneath, from where I strike at. So I'll throw the earthen bits. They'll attach to the axe, and they'll rise the spy out of the ground as I yell, "Yord, come to my rescue and save us for the damnation of this foul creature!" And I will strike onto it.
So while you are physically swinging an axe, this will fall under magic. Yes. So make your magic roll, please.
All right. 20. If my single number is the 0, that ends up being a 0.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So 20.
So
20 out of my 90.
You strike the stone, and you can feel the tremor of the earth underneath as it splits in half and shatters to pieces. The creature roars. I mean, it's invited you to its table, and you have insulted it. So the last thing it does is it kind of rears up, its mouth extends, grows incredibly large, and it basically, Ida, it just lunges forward, kind of up and kind of down on top of you. It is going to try and consume you in a single gulp.
Can I There's something on your thing that says bonus action. Can I?
Oh, you can. So yeah. So you can take multiple actions in a round if you take penalties, but you have to take the penalties to all actions at the beginning. But you're outside the henge. You probably can't you can't get to Ida. But
It was going to be a magical thing, but if I had to declare it in the beginning, then never mind.
yeah. So Ida, it is going to successfully consume you. However, you can dodge. It's a simple dodge. You just need your base odds are 50%. What do you have in dodge?
A plus 20.
So you have a 70% chance to avoid this. There is no damage associated with this attack. It is essentially death.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What was it? 70?
70 or lower.
Oh, okay. Oh God, thank God. Yeah, so I got a 69.
Nice.
Nice.
And
Nice.
I was
Nice.
a little bit panicked, but I was willing to do something if that failed. So
it lunges forward in its rage. It just wants to consume you because you've essentially undone its henge. And so the interesting thing is that it essentially, when it goes to bite, it kind of collapses on itself and vanishes. So the bite was essentially to consume you and itself in one bite. I know that makes the optics of it are strange. It doesn't make any sense, but that's exactly what it does. But it missed you and just consumed itself, and it's gone. You felt the teeth you wear a cloak, I assume, of some kind.
Yeah, it's got a chunk probably.
Or through your cloak.
Felt the teeth.
Yeah.
And it's gone. The mist vanishes. The one stone that Aezoth crumbled, the others crack and crumble in their wake, and the altar just again crumbles into pebbles. And as the fire just kind of so your fire, Rebecca, will basically consume everything within the circle, leaving just piles of stones and barren earth in its wake.
Ida will, despite how disgusting it is, lean up with her back against the dead horse stone. Not even remotely at this point fazed by rotting dead horse smell. Like just taking a minute.
In the far distance, you hear what sounds like a crowd cheering, and 5 pillars of smoke just start to appear above the trees.
Oh no. We're too late.
Well, it's just begun.
I was gonna say, I don't know about that. If we move quickly.
Can hurry.
Okay.
So I was totally muted when I said my cool thing about the fire, which is unfortunate, but I can fix my lore now. Basically, she was supposed to have raised her body temperature in order to make the stone really cold. So what she did is she made the stone really cold in order to help Aezoth crack it. So she's actually taken off clothes and she has not finished her alcohol yet because she has plans for those fires in town.
Awesome.
But she is very warm, and you can see that she's taken off most of her garments at this point, just in order to like radiate heat now. And she'll tell everyone, "Yes, let's hurry back quickly."
So you hastily make your way through the forest back towards Ash Hollow. You can you'll see no one, like where there were people working kind of out in the fields and around. You see no one, but you hear the crowd and you see the smoke rising from the center of town. As you rush in, you can see that everyone in the village has gathered. The 5 accused are tied to the stakes. The fires have been lit. In the middle is the Monsignor addressing the crowd. I put the pentagram there. It's not actually there, but just to show you that the stakes were arranged in an occultist symbol. The other elders stand looking onward in anticipation of what you now realize is the feast to come. The Monsignor looks to the crowd. He goes, "Fear not for the souls of those who burn. If they are innocent, they will be guaranteed salvation, just like we were all saved during that harsh winter when death was upon us. But in order to realize salvation and to ascend, you must eat of the body and of the blood." And so they are committed to the flame to save us. As he cries out, he's delirious. You'll note that half of the crowd has a look of horror on their face, including Esther Primrose, but half of the crowd is zealously anticipating, almost salivating at the prospect of what is taking place. You kind of come into the square. The Monsignor, he is kind of delirious. He's taken into the moment. He doesn't notice you, but the other elders will look, and you'll see that the mayor, he looks at you and he'll say, "You are too late. Our feast cannot be stopped." He kind of leers, but they're just all captivated by the fire. The people are not burning yet. They are, in fact, the wood has caught. They're probably screaming, but not because they're on fire, just because of the anticipation of death. So as you come in, and in somewhere, you hear the laughter of the creature. What do you do?
I have an idea. I have an idea what I want to do.
Okay, well,
but I don't want to go first if anyone else has any good ideas.
Let us know what you want to do. This is gonna be
This would be chaotic and dramatic, but that's fine. And seeing as they're already fucking crazy, I don't care about people knowing I'm a witch right now. And so she's going to since Eustice is very hot right now because she's raised her body temperature up really high in order to make the stone very cold, she's now going to release the opposite by trying to set the Monsignor on fire by reducing her body temperature.
Interesting. Okay. So are you actually going to siphon off flame from the 5 pyres?
If possible, yes, but most of
cool.
her power really just comes from herself.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's kind of like a spontaneous.
Yeah, it's going to look like he's been consumed by the flames of hell, probably.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's at least what she's going to pretend it is. Am I rolling for witchcraft?
I'm not going to make it overly difficult. It'll be base 50, so whatever your witch bonus is.
Lovely. That's a 24 out of 80.
So the flames suddenly draw away from the pyres and consume the Monsignor. It's almost like the entire center of the town square is engulfed in flames, and he cries out in pain, but it then becomes laughter. As you see, his forehead will actually split apart as antlers rise out of his forehead, and a great beast within struggles to pull itself free. And in fact, you'll see that his cries are contagious. Those around the square, the elders, some of the villagers, not most, I would say a third, all start to join this chorus, and they literally tear their foreheads apart. They're like literally pulling this flesh off as horns are sprouting, and their face is being eaten away from the inside. So like a mouth inside their face just kind of bites and consumes their face. As all around the square, you'll see the beast itself appears in the middle, and the others, they are essentially become manifestations of that effigy. So I'll blow that up so you can see it. You can see that anyone who willingly and knowingly partook of eating of their fellow villagers during that harsh winter and have given themselves over to the hunger are transformed. The beast in the middle cries out. He goes, "Rejoice, for I have provided you a bounty of meat. It is now time to gorge yourselves on it." And I guess we will roll initiative as these people that used to be the elders and stuff, they are literally going to start feasting on the closest living person that they can get their hands on. So we will have. I'm going to say that for the most part, for this, let's say that the villagers don't. Those that are even willing participants, they don't transform into the creatures. They're just kind of jeering them on. They're not really going to be a part of the fight. So essentially what you're dealing with is 4 of these entities plus the creature itself. I will say that your spell, Eustace, caused the fire to diminish on the pyres, but it did not eliminate it completely.
Okay.
All right, so initiative is a die 10. I believe Rebecca has a bonus of +4.
I do. I rolled a 2, so it's +4, which is 6. Which isn't the best, but it's not horrible.
I mean, it's fine because I got a 3, so I'm pretty low on the list too. Oh,
this
look,
is my...
we're twinsies. Chrissy's
Did
muted, but
anyone-
we're 3s.
Happen to notice if anyone out there in chat gave me a reroll or anything? Did that possibly?
Oh, you know what we did get? We got a +2 for Aezoth and a -2 for Chrissy.
Oh.
That's finished.
So yes,
So-
and I get my third 6.
A +2 equals a +20% in this. So it's a
Oh.
+20% your action. And just remember,
Okay.
a -20% you take when you do multiple actions. So you could essentially do 2 actions at no penalty. So I rolled a 2 for initiative, which really sucks. I'm assuming nobody got rolled lower than I did.
Nope.
Sound like
Me and
it.
Christy got 3s, and what did you get, EG?
I got a 6.
And,
So I'm not
Wow,
adding my
2 3s and 2
+2.
6s. Oh,
and,
okay.
and Sir Heck, what'd you get?
I got a 6 total.
Oh, okay. So EG, you're up first.
Okay, so I wanna expend a toll, a physical cost to this.
Okay.
So what I want to do, I want to create the wind from my bracers. I want to kind of rile it up. Then what I want to do is I want to take the water from my ocean pendant, and I want that to start to flood into my hands. Take some of the phosphorus or the black powder that I got from earlier. I want to put that into my little mixture of water. As I come and I pull all these elements together, I want them to collide with a spark of my fear fire, and I want to create a lightning bolt out of all of that. So I want it all to crash together, and I essentially want to do a chain lightning to a number of targets acceptable from the contract.
I don't know.
Sorry.
This feels pretty D&D to me, EG. I wonder where you got this idea from.
Actually, I picture myself being in like Avatar right now, just kind of like manipulating. So
sorry, you wanted to hit multiple targets except for who? The head creature?
well, my goal is to hit the targets opposed to me, and the number, and this is a questionable plea of elements here. So this is kind of like a decision based on you. I don't know how many it hits. I don't know if it's gonna work, but here we are.
So I'm going to ask a question. Elements tend to care not for collateral damage. Do you care whether this also falls upon the crowd?
Yes, I hope to only hit my targets.
Okay. Because if you don't care, it will be more powerful.
Right. No, I take a center of care, but I'm expecting some pain from it.
Give me a roll. Your roll, I'm assuming you're centering it on the head, the hunger itself, the beast.
Yeah, if I can hit the hunger and it can bounce to some
Yep.
of its lesser
So
hungers,
give me
then
a roll, and
sure.
let's see how good you do.
All right, let's see. I just have to 9 in 10 chance this is okay. Okay, so I got a 0 on my main die and a 9 on my second die. Is that a 9?
Yeah, that's a 9.
All right,
Yep.
so that's 9% out of 90.
Yeah. So the air, your hair actually rises up as electricity. You can feel the electricity in the air, and you unleash the magic onto the beast itself. It then arcs out away from the beast to the 5 poles that are around the pyre. It will, since this is an elemental, it will quench the fire of each of the poles, and it will. So first of all, I'm going to get you to roll 1 die 8, multiply it by 10, and add your magic bonus to it, please.
Cool. So okay, it's on the ground. Try it again. 1 die 8. I got a 3. It's
So
cute.
30 plus your magic, which is 40. So 70 points.
All right, 70 points.
So here's what I'll do. You made a really excellent roll. So the lightning hits the beast in the center, arcs out to the poles, and then arcs from the poles. Each pole is representative of one of the 5. So I'll say each of them gets hit, but the others that are around will essentially take half the damage that you inflicted on the beast. So an obvious display of power that sends fear throughout the crowd. People are screaming that they are running. The beast is laughing. Who's next?
I think it's me.
All right.
With the 6. Okay, so seeing all of that, I'm guessing the people in the pyres are tied to the pyres.
They are.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. Rebecca's probably going to like run up and see if like she can either like I don't know if they're shackles or something.
They'd just be rope.
Oh, if it's just a rope, okay. She's had this pocket Bible in hand, and she turns to the very back of it, and the last couple of books are just like kind of cut out, and there's just this little knife in the back of her pocket Bible, and she's just gonna use it to cut this rope.
That feels like the most sacrilegious thing you've said all night, and I love it to pieces.
No roll necessary.
Okay.
You got a person free. Who do you want to free?
I'm guessing like the first pyre was probably Primrose, so probably her first.
So she's like, thank you, and she like, but it's terrifying. There's kind of electricity arcing around. Everybody's hair is standing on end, and so she'll run free. Who is next in the list?
Eustace and Ida both have 3, I believe.
Go for it, Eustace.
I had a very similar move in a weird way. You're gonna tell me if this is cool or not. I'm going to let one of the others go, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to. You'll see some of Eustace's fingers will lock up a little bit as she stiffens up her joints in her hands in order to loosen up the ropes that are on one of the victims.
Okay. No roll necessary. Relatively mundane, simple task. But if you want to make a roll, I'll let you do it to multiple victims.
Actually, I would love to. Is that going to be a harder odds?
So here's the deal. There are 4 left.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to do 2, you're going to have to make a roll at 50 plus your bonus. If you want to do them all, I'll drop it to 30.
Can I make it under 60? This is a great question. Fuck it, we'll try 60.
Okay.
Not even close. That's a 90.
Oh.
Wouldn't have succeeded either way.
Yeah. So you try to manipulate multiple ropes, but the bonds are too tight. The beast in the center laughs. Go ahead, Ida.
Yeah. So you can kind of decide how this happens. She is definitely as everyone is kind of rushing up to do multiple things, she was staying back just a smidge and starting to prepare a couple of things. She is again going to do a dumb thing. And she is going to yeah, sure. This is what she's gonna do. She's going to take out, because I've been using her hex bags, I'm marking them off, so I don't have that many left.
Okay.
So she's gonna do a dumb thing. And in the last one of the last ones that she has, if she makes it out of the select, she's going to, inside of it, put a small bit of the earth. She's going to spit into it.
Yep.
And she's going to kind of like, she's going to think about her past prior to her being magically touched. She will cry a little bit, collect the tears, and kind of squeeze them into, like, even just wiping them off, tie the bag off. And she's just going to run at the creature in the center,
whose mouth is growing ever larger.
correct. And
Bigger target.
I'm going to attempt to get the hex bag into its mouth and say, the opposite of hunger seems to be thirst, sir. And she's going to run directly at him if she needs to, like, knowing full well that if he goes to eat her again, she will either need to dodge it or be swallowed. But the point is to get the opposite of hunger.
Okay.
For him to be experiencing the opposite of hunger, which is thirst. Like, in her head, she's like not wanting him to be hungry anymore.
The beast has never experienced anything but hunger. So this is interesting. Okay, this is actually not magic. This is fight, right? You're trying to insert it. I mean, we'll say your hex bag is magical, but
yes,
that's prepared. So this is, can you stuff it into its mouth? Here's what I am going to do. However, to do this, you will have to get close into its mouth. You are going to automatically have to make a dodge. If the dodge is failed, you lose your arm in the process when it closes its mouth. So make your fight roll.
Fight first, right?
And whether you succeed or not, you're going to have to make that dodge.
Yeah. So the fight was a 43, so I have 30. You
charge directly for it. It's welcome. I mean, you're like running towards it. Its jaws descend, and you have to make sure that bag, so your hand crosses the event horizon of its teeth, and they come down. But can you pull your hand back in time? We shall see. This is going to be a dodge roll. Your dodge is good.
Yeah, I have plus 20 on my dodge, and I got a 39.
So you pull your hand back just as the jaws.
He can have a couple fingers if he wants them bad enough. I'm okay with that.
I'm shut. Well, you rolled a 30. That's a pretty good. Don't worry, that wasn't his action. That was kind of a freebie.
Okay.
But now I believe everyone has acted. Oh boy, this is the GM's favorite part of any game.
DM. If I can stop you real quick. Do you want to consider hitting a toll on my character? Because what I think I did was like well above his means of power.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah. That completely
No, it's all good. I just wanted to catch you before you acted in case you wanted to do something else.
Yeah, so here's
the kid who's like, but where's the homework?
So here's the deal. The charge of electricity has been unleashed. I picture electricity as being very wild fury very difficult to control. It's almost like bucking as you're trying to wield it. The cost is going to be a self-control roll. And if you fail it, well, we'll see what happens if you fail it. Your self-control isn't overly high, if I recall, but
it is nothing. 59. So I'm assured I fail that.
you failed it by 9.
Yep.
Yes, you feel that one of the element of air that's responsible for kind of fire and fury and storm, it wants to be unleashed. You're having a hard time controlling this power, so the lightning bolts coming out of the lightning bolts that are essentially active and circling, it's almost like ball lightning circling the square, are not going away. And in fact, you realize you've lost control of them. So next round, it's going to be on your turn. So you have another round. I'll give you another self-control roll if you want to try and grab hold of it. But if you don't, they may act indiscriminately after that point.
Okay, so currently it's just whipping around me.
Whipping around, yeah.
Nice, cool. I'm just holding it and sitting there, and it's just.
So I am going to make self-control rolls. They've been waiting 2 years to feast. So for the lesser beings, there's 4 of them. A self-control roll. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 of these lesser creatures that are kind of servitors of the hunger, they can't control themselves. You are a threat. You're attacking their lord, but they are so ravenous. They literally just grab the closest villager who's kind of not in the group or in the cult, and they take a head-sized bite out of them because their heads are essentially nothing but mouths. So 2 of them just start consuming people. So they'll only consume 1 person around, but 1 bite is enough to essentially kill any person. The other 2, however, look towards you. Please roll, except for Ida, because Ida has her own problems. Just roll. The others can roll a die 10. The highest roll does not get targeted.
Oh boy.
My lightning affect anything in the like?
It will affect if you get targeted, but it won't affect whether they choose you, because they're not acting with reason. They're overcome with just base hunger.
Yeah. So 5.
Got a 7.
And Eustice, what did you get?
Doing a what? Self-control?
Just a 1 die 10 roll.
Sorry. Oh wait, we're doing. This is a 1, even worse than before.
You got a 1?
That's
yes.
good.
Okay, so Aezoth and Eustice. So Eustace, one of these creatures leaps towards you with its mouth, just trying to end your life in one fell swoop. That is going to be a potential hit. You will have to make a dodge. So the base is 50% plus your dodge bonus.
Oh God, these dice. 94 out of 80.
So all of a sudden, Eustace is there, and this thing falls upon her. Its mouth taking a huge chunk. Now, this is to remind you of cheat death. Cheat death allows players to avoid damage at any time if they don't like the damage. The damage that you are going to take is 60. You can take it, or you can roll cheat death and take a die 10 instead.
I did 66 out of 80.
Oh, for the dodge?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yep.
Very similar. I got 67 out of 70.
Oh, so you make it. Your cheat death is
Yes.
permanently reduced by 10.
Yep.
And you will take, for your troubles, you'll take 6 damage.
Okay, thank you.
Wait,
Another
so
one,
do you want my dodge to be at a difficult level since I'm currently going lightning crazy?
Each other just like make things harder.
Well, I'm going to give you this choice. If you choose to, if you do not take a penalty to your dodge, you'll be like, if you dodge, you have to take your eye off the lightning. You have to let it go. So your self-control roll next round will be even harder. So what do you want? Do you want to take a penalty on the dodge but have a full self-control roll, or do you want to take a full dodge but have a penalty on the self-control?
Oh boy, which one do I want? I'm gonna take a full dodge because I need to preserve myself for higher things than just this village.
Okay, you've succeeded then, I believe. You made your roll.
Yeah, I succeed, so.
And finally, the beast in the center. It clamps down, but it's not content with not getting with missing its bite. So it lunges forward, and it will probably say, "Twice you have you have evaded my hunger, but not thrice." And as it goes to take a bite, I'm going to actually have to give it a self-control roll. So you want it to be overcome with thirst. Is that the idea? All right, interesting. So I'm going to throw this out to you. Do you want me to make a self-control roll, or do you want to make a magic roll? Do you want to roll, or do you want me to roll?
Well, I mean, in Ida's head, so going with the whole like duality bit, in her head, she's like, give him water, do the opposite of what it is. So for hunger, it's thirst, you know, whatever. So she's like giving her own water to him to like make him thirsty rather than hungry.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense? So I'm fine with it being my magic roll. I'm okay. Either way makes sense for Ida because it's gonna have kind of the same.
This is a powerful entity, a base entity. It actually is hunger. It's not really anything else but. So I'm actually going to be on this one. Your base odds of success are only 10% plus whatever your magic is. So what does that give you?
3.
But here's the deal. It's inside. It's inside it. So I will. It will roll every round.
Okay. So I'm rolling on my magic then.
Did I say 10? No, 0. I'm joking.
Yeah. So 30%. Oh my god. I rolled a 3.
Damn.
A literal 3. Like 0, 0, 3. So
it leaps towards you. And it extends its mouth. It just wants nothing more than to just make you cease to exist. But at the last minute, it lets out. You've probably never heard of anything more filled with despair, more mournful, because hunger is its comfort. Hunger, it's all it's known. Imagine feeling thirst for the first time and never knowing what it is. It is overcome with this sensation to the point where its jaws are kind of hovering over you, but it is paralyzed by this feeling that is alien to it. So I will say you're going to have to make the roll every round because it is fighting again to reassert it, but it loses its attack for the round. We will roll. I guess I almost killed Eustice, but other than that.
So really quickly, does its lack of hunger for this round also make its allies less hungry because they are connected to it, or no? It's okay if not, but I'm just wondering.
No, you know what? It is the hunger. It is the source of it. Well, more than anything, it is not hunger. People are hungry when they're starving, but it is the whisper that says it's okay to eat things that perhaps you shouldn't. So, that's a good point. What I'll do is I'm going to make it easier. So instead of a 10, it's a 30. I'm going to let you roll for the minions. One roll for them all. You guys are too experienced. I wanted a bunch of noobs here so I could.
Okay, that was a 44, so that one was not quite as good.
No,
Well,
no,
wait.
but your base was 30. So what's your bonus?
30. Oh,
so
yeah.
60 or less. Yeah. So all of them suddenly stop what they're doing and give that same mournful cry. There's probably a mud. So we'll say there's a mud puddle, maybe on the grounds, a dirty old mud puddle on the ground. Like several of them will literally throw themselves at it and just kind of start lapping up, drinking as much as they can. Because the humans, they actually know what thirst is. The creature just doesn't know. It's just paralyzed. It's just, doesn't even know how to respond to this. So I am going to roll. It is going to be initiative because they are going to get to reassert themselves. Oh my God, I cannot believe this. Please, someone out there, give me a reroll. I rolled a 1. This isn't my night. This is Halloween. It's supposed to favor the evil sides.
To be fair, Ida's pretty evil.
Wait a minute. Can I give myself a reroll? Of course I can.
Normally, we say you shouldn't. Is the official
But-
TPK
Wait, can I-
stance.
Halloween, though.
Can I give you a roll?
I'm assuming nobody rolled a
5.
I rolled a 2.
Are we re-rolling initiative?
You roll initiative each time.
All right. Well, 7 plus 4, 11.
Ooh.
Yeah.
10.
Okay. So Rebecca, 11 is higher than anyone. So we'll say all of the minions are gathered around this mud puddle, feverishly lapping up as much liquid as they can, whereas the hunger itself is in between the pyres, wailing like it doesn't understand what's happening to it. But the underneath that wail of despair is a growing power so what's happening is the hunger has been put. You cannot banish the hunger because that's what it is. It has literally been put into a bottle that's now under extreme pressure, and when it explodes, this thing is going to go ravenous. So you're up.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. There are still
People, yeah.
people that need to get off of these pyres. So yeah, she's just been kind of like hiding behind one of them because she wasn't targeted last round. So she's just been kind of hiding behind one of them. It's
Yep.
just gonna like
You can leap.
sneakily go to the next one.
You want to
Try
do kind of the cool leap from one pyre to the other and
Yep.
slash the ropes. And as people are freed, are you basically telling, they're terrified. You're basically saying, run for your life.
Basically, and like,
Yeah.
no thanks necessary. Just
And
go.
people, yeah, so they just start running. I believe Aezoth, you said you had a 10.
Mm-hmm.
All right, please make a self-control roll.
Sure.
This is not your attack. This is just. So unfortunately, you took the penalty, so it's only a 30 base 30% plus your self-control as the thing starts to, take on a mind of its own.
Okay. So self-control.
Yep.
And that will be... Oh, I got a 10 and a 3. That's a 13, right?
13. So you exert your will, and the lightning is now no longer going to work.
Vizul, in case you did not
Okay.
notice, you have advantage from Tyrant, and Chris, you have another plus 20 on a future roll.
Can I use that now? No, I'm going to say I'm going to save it.
For more devious things later on, I'm sure.
Well, I have to reassert the hunger. Okay, so you have 4 of these minions lapping at a puddle, the beast in the middle. What are you going to do, Aezoth, on your turn?
Okay, cool. So I just, from almost losing myself with this very quickly, I kind of like pull it back in and I bring it down to I bring the lightning back down into my hands and I diffuse it into the ground.
Okay.
I use the ground as a ground. for my lightning.
Awesome.
I come back up and I see you said 4 minis and 1 hunger.
So they're all gathered around a puddle, desperately trying to lap up water, and the hunger itself is literally just wailing.
Okay, and these used to be villagers, but they like ripped themselves apart, right?
That's right, and they allowed their inner hunger to be revealed.
Okay. Can I do like a roll for commune to think if it's possible to cleanse a villager of their hunger? Yes.
You know what? This is not an elemental power, as in terms of the 4 elements.
Right.
So you're not sure. I'll give you an occult roll.
Okay. I'll try that. Does that use up any of my things, or is this like a free action?
No, you're thinking it's kind of a split second.
Okay, so I think my occult is like 10%. Let me double check. Occult 10%, and I got a 67, so I fail.
Yeah, so you can come up with any idea you want on your own, but you have no idea whether these people can be saved.
All right, being uncertain that I can save them, I don't want to waste any time with this. So instead, what I'm going to do is I am I would like to I'll just give it a normal like fire blast into one of their backs.
Okay. Oh, you have your axe too. Don't forget.
Yeah, I'm keeping my distance a little bit,
Okay.
and
All
I'm
right.
playing to my strengths for the moment.
All right. Give me a roll on your magic. This is just a just a kind of a standard, just a blast.
More remedial, less
Yep.
superstar, more remedial.
Yep.
So that is, oh my goodness. So on my 90%, I got 89.
So in this case, I'll let it do a die 4 times 10 plus your magic.
Okay. So die 4 will be 4 times 10, 40 plus 40. So that would be 80 for the splash of magic.
These things, the fire kind of engulfs its back. It does cause it to pull back. Damage, if they take damage, I'm going to give them an instant kind of self-control roll just to see if they can break, just the pain, break the thing. In fact, the pain is almost welcoming. You can see this thing shakes its head. So the other ones are still lapping up the puddle, but this one turns towards you. The fire is consuming it, but it doesn't care. The only thing it cares about now is the hunger, and it looks squarely at you and it charges, but it doesn't get to go next. So who, I guess it's Proper. What did you rolled a 2 or something? Yep. So Ida, you were next. This thing is literally in front of you. You can smell it. You can feel its anguish, but you also feel like a ticking time bomb ready to explode.
Yeah. So does Ida get does she feel the sense across the board, like if this thing goes off, it's going to be bad, or if this thing goes off, she wants it to go off? Like, can she tell, like, oh, we're doing?
No, it's going to be when it reasserts. Let's put it this way: when it reasserts its hunger, the one thought that this thing will have is, can I consume the world? At that level of hunger. But right now it's incapacitated. I will give you an occult roll.
79. I have a plus 20.
So 70. So you don't quite make it. So you don't really know much here, but you do know that it has its hinges destroyed. It has physically manifested in the world. This is a physical thing.
So
that has supernatural powers, obviously, but
yeah. And does it look I'm feeling as though like we are on the precipice of like this reassertion. So
that's right.
She's going to
Oh, sorry. You get your 30%. You are going to have to make that roll. Your bag is still inside.
Yeah.
Can you keep it under control? Don't forget, you have a plus 20. If you want to add that to it, that would increase it to 50.
Well, I rolled a 24 on that one.
Oh my God. The hunger. I'm waiting to unleash it.
Listen, these okay, it's for those of you who are D&D fans, it's the critical role dice, like the percentile dice. I never use these dice, so it's just because I've never used them before.
So its jaws begin to open, and then it's overcome with thirst again.
Yeah, so she's going to shout.
Sorry, that's not your action. You still get an action.
Yeah, she's just going to like kind of, I'm assuming she probably fell back or stepped back a little bit, kind of skitter a handful of feet. I know she's not going to get super far, but just kind of shouting to everybody. We want to make sure this guy goes down pretty quick. And she's going to pull this terribly ugly, definitely not sure how to use it fully, blunderbuss of this like just gun that she has no idea. She wants to use magic, but she also is at a point where she's like not sure what's working and what isn't. So she's just gonna one shot, just pull the flint and just shoot in the general direction.
A retcon question. Blunderbusses kind of are like, you can just throw anything into the barrel and essentially pull the trigger. Given the fact that you seem to spend a lot of time making bags and doing things, would there be any trinkets or talismans in with the shot?
Yes, she would probably dump whatever was in one of her, and I'll burn a bag for that too.
Okay,
so
give me a roll, and because you're at point blank range, essentially, I'm going to give you a plus 20% bonus because it's a blunderbuss that's like a shotgun.
Which one was this again?
Flintlock. You're going to roll flintlock. I don't know if you have any bonus in it, but if you don't, then you have a 70% chance because it's your point blank. You literally could, if you wanted to, put the barrel up against it and pull the trigger, I guess.
Yeah, an 88.
An 88.
I have never been so successful in a game. I wish that any other game could go like this.
So I'm willing to give you a trade-off, which you said you stepped back, which is why you're at point blank. I am willing to let you hit if you step forward instead and place the gun right against the creature. Of course, you are within its
striking range.
Yeah. She would do that. She was already in it.
Oh, sorry, you know what?
She was like already halfway in its mouth once.
You don't need to do that though. You can use your plus 20 if you want. You got a plus 20.
Oh yeah.
Two of them.
There you are. Yeah. You have two of them. So
well, I used one of them.
Okay.
So
that's a die 10 times 10, but because you burned a bag in it, you can add your magic bonus to it.
Oh.
So whatever your feat bonus, so if it's 30, add 30 to it. So die 10 times 10.
7 times 10 is 70.
30,
plus 30.
100 points. That's 100 points of damage. That would kill any normal character. So the blunderbuss, is a huge explosion as the rounds in the bag strike the creature. You'll actually blow it backwards. As you'll see, like blood begins to flow out of a fist-size wound in its chest. And I'm going to give everybody an observation roll, please.
That's a no from me.
46.
Nice.
All right. I still don't know how to use dice. I got a 70 and a 10.
So that's a 70. Yep.
So it's a 70.
What's your observation?
80.
Oh, yeah. So you can make it. And more importantly, has Ida made it?
My observations plus 10 and I rolled an 84.
Okay,
So
so you don't. So you perched up on the pyre. So Aezoth, you're watching, because you're watching these 5 or these 4 minions, but Rebecca, up onto the pyre, you notice that in the explosion, the blood of this is the first time, because you guys have burned it, but this is the first time you've actually wounded it. So this hole is torn in his chest, the blood's flowing, pieces of it have been scattered around the square. The smell of the blood is strong even for blood. You note that all of the minions suddenly turn towards the creature as if it is suddenly appealing, but they resist. Who's up next?
I think that's me, right?
Go ahead, Robert.
I have a quick question that I want to know. Is this pentagram that's in the middle of this square actually here? Or is that just decoration for the stream?
It was kind of decoration for the stream, but once things have unfolded, I'll say it has appeared kind of carved into the soil, into the dirt.
So I'm gonna need. The thing is that Eustace doesn't have any occult or like really any knowledge of what other magic looks like because she only knows her own. And I'm trying to figure out if I realized there are 5 standing stones and there are 5 of these pyres. Would breaking this one of these pyres break the like spell on this thing or not really?
Well,
I think you were saying that it was like anchored in the real world now as opposed to just in a ritual circle.
Interestingly, it was in the middle of the henge. It is now standing in the middle of these 5 pyres. Possible, yeah.
That's not an answer.
Well, you can make an occult roll.
I will try. I'll see what happens.
Do it. Please.
That's a 16.
Oh.
Look at you, see?
Look at me knowing things.
Look at you knowing things.
We'll say she intuits this.
So it is the pentagram has nothing to do with anchoring it here.
Lovely.
It has manifested itself physically.
Gotcha.
Well, here's what I will give you with the pentagram. Pentagrams are powerful circles of magic. Any spell cast kind of using the power of the pentagram, I'll essentially double its effect. Here's the catch. It's demonic. So if you're willing to cast demonic magic, you can use the pentagram against it.
So I hate
the pentagram is kind of, it's demonic, but it's not a demon.
No, I think
it's more like a tool.
No, I feel like she wouldn't want to, and she would intuit that from what she's seeing now that it's starting to glow or whatever. But what I will do instead, I hate to sound like a broken record, what I'm going to do... Yeah, that's fine. Okay, she is going to, again, channel that power of cold. And so she'll chug whatever's the remaining in that liquor bottle. Yep. And this is going to sound a little gory, but it's Halloween, so fuck it. She's going to attempt to freeze the blood that is in this monster, hoping it will hopefully explode. Because liquids expand when they're frozen.
Yeah, flash freeze.
Give me a roll.
That's a 19. I have a 30 on magic, so if it was a 50, it would be 19 out of 80.
I'll give you a die 6 times 10 plus your magic.
That is 40 plus 30, 70.
So I
will say, because we mentioned this earlier, that the blood is enticing to them. I'm hoping that it'll also increase their enticement.
So I'm just going to. So it unfortunately, Ida made her roll. Mm-hmm. As much as I want to unleash the hunger, I can't.
No
However,
worries.
as we roll around to the next round, it is taking damage, so it's going to be a bit more difficult to contain it this round. However, I am going to put out this thought to Ida, since she is close, and yeah, you don't have to do it, but it occurs to you, I'm going to say these 4 minions, the smell of the blood, the sight of the red flesh, but they resist. Typically, when a group of people resist, that resistance can be overcome by someone taking the first bite.
Okay,
Oh,
so
lords.
all right. So I was gonna be do another dumb thing at the top of the round in the next one, but does Eustace's move affect, like, what she does? Does it affect or help?
It damages it.
Okay.
So it does have physical health that cause physical damage to it. Its damage is going down, but that damage is kind of unrelated to the hunger. I will give you a magic roll.
That was an 87.
No.
No.
Right.
Okay.
So what I said is what I said.
Yeah. So for me to do any, because I was gonna do a dumb thing again. I'm just full of dumb ideas that I think are fun. Would we have to wait for another round of initiative to do?
No, unfortunately, it's in this case. So here's the deal. It's still incapacitated. The hunger is growing. You can actually feel it. You feel it yourself now. Everybody can feel the hunger growing inside, kind of spilling out from this thing. Its minions are salivating. They're staring, but they know that there is one type of flesh which is off limits to them, and that is the flesh of the hunger itself. And they're strong enough willed that they won't take the first bite, but they will take the second.
Yeah. Ida will definitely, seeing that, reach her hand, at least attempt to reach her hand into like part of the wound.
You can reach it right in.
Yeah. And you will see her with some of
squishy.
Yeah, definitely with some of the blood. She will definitely take a bite, but first, like, doing the whole, like, ritualistic.
Oh, okay. You mark yourself with the blood.
Correct. Yeah. Like, she will mark herself first and turn to them.
Yep. And then take a bite.
And then I will.
How does everybody react to this? And in that moment, as your teeth sink into the flesh of the creature, Ida, you hear its anguish diminishes and turns to laughter, because the hunger exists. You realize that the urge, that image that I gave you, that urge to take the first bite, as strange as it sounds, it came from it. It exists to whisper in the ears of those and to convince them to eat that which is forbidden, which you have just done. And
you did the one thing we told you not to.
No, but in this moment, it is almost like the ritual is complete. You have eaten, and it literally just sits there as its minions fall upon it. The townsfolk that were overcome with the hunger, which was about a third of them, fall upon it. The question is, can you make the self-control roll to step back, or do you fall upon it as well?
We believe in the dice.
Yeah, so I will attempt it, but I will be honest, narratively, this is kind of the moment that when we were in the henge, she said that she she would go over the precipice with the
Yep.
person. This is that moment for her. Like,
Oh
of
my
like,
God,
oh, well,
yes.
if like,
Yes.
if we have to do it, I'll go out with it, and she will turn and probably do whatever
It's
necessary.
called foreshadowing. Oh, I love it so much.
So you descend, you and the others consumed by the hunger descend on this creature and devour every bit of it until you can devour no more. The rest of you, you free the rest of the people. The townspeople literally, this is madness. They flee in fear. They don't flee to their homes. They like literally flee the town, running as far away as they can to escape this horror. The rest of you watch as soon as the creature is consumed. It ends. The actual those in answer Aezoth, whether they would return back. In fact, they do. And all of a sudden, the hunger is sated. The people covered, their faces covered in blood, their hands covered in blood, their bodies covered in blood as they stagger away, almost as if they're in a dream, leaving only Ida standing in the center of the square. And you turn to face the others. I guess it's over to you.
And she will just stand there and knowing full well what they just witnessed. Does anyone have a washcloth?
Oh, yeah. Rebecca probably has like a handkerchief or something.
Does anyone have a mint?
Just something to get the stuff off of my face, please.
Pull the water that's like in the air around her to kind of just give her a nice little shower, a nice little cleanse.
Yeah.
But I will kind of proceed to say, is a wash and a cloth the only thing you need?
A night's sleep, maybe? Do I feel any like residual hunger? Like, is it like a thing that is like now living? I mean, it's all hunger is always inside of people, but is it a thing that is predominant?
Is this dark temptation always going to be with you?
Yeah.
At the moment, you are sated, but you are certain the hunger will return.
Mm-hmm.
But but funny enough, I'm not going to say that you've now become cannibalistic and you're looking for people. It's not that type of hunger. It's more like it's more like a base hunger to be filled with power. So in fact, if it's anything, you can imagine that after this, you might intentionally travel the world seeking out creatures or beings of supernatural power, not to understand them, but to consume them, perhaps.
I'm into it. Okay.
Yes.
Totally fine with that.
The cryptid gourmet, as they call her now.
Yes.
Dine-ins, drive-ins, dives, and
cryptids.
Demons.
Cryptids. Demons, perfect.
But you understand, but again, you and this creature now have an understanding. As odd as it sounds, it sacrificed itself to you to fulfill its purpose, which is to, sate the hunger of those who are in need. It's like a food bank. It's charity. No joke. So so in the aftermath of this, Ash Hollow falls to emptiness. The elders that survived, they are probably horror filled. They would flee to the church. The Monsignor is dead. He actually was consumed by the creature, and then you consume the creature. But the other elders, they flee to the church, whereas everybody else flees the town. Whether you pursue them if anyone pursues them to the church, you might, there's a bit, I sense an element of justice to you. You would find them in the steeple, kind of madly praying to the effigy of this thing and getting no answer. Whether or not you end them, that is up to you. But the rest of the town is fine. They flee. These four have become pitiful creatures that no longer feel the hunger. They just remember it and are wanting for that memory. But I'm assuming that that you leave this place.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
Eustace would leave pretty quickly.
And you, along that trail, perhaps a bunch of villagers in tow, you will find yourself back at Fort St. Anne.
Wait, before we leave,
Yep.
just narratively, but I would like to collapse the church.
Oh, yeah. No, that's what I was wondering. Do you want to do
Yeah.
like so you can bring the church? Describe to me how you would like to do it. In fact, there was so much fury in this place. All four elements will rise to the occasion. So how would you like to describe the ending of the church?
Sure. So, I guess we'll go with this as the winds are gonna wrap around my bracers, and the axe is going to kind of take a much larger, much sturdier earthen form. As I raise up and I take my swing, as I'm coming down, the swing is going to generate the heat and the fire that comes before it. As it crashes into the side of it, it's going to explode into every line and every building parts of the brick and the cement laying and however they did churches in the 1600s or whatever. It's all gonna lie into the foundation of it as it explodes inwards. A crash comes down towards the center as a pool of water sweeps from inside to kind of crash it against the wall of the
Oh, the
yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, the foundation wall of the whole place. It's gonna implode and then wash itself into the back, hopefully crushing all of the elders inside it as well.
It will utterly be destroyed, and then the ground will rise up and form kind of like a barrow mound, a testament to perhaps the haunted place that it was. And you leave Ash Hollow behind. It is now, like I said, a place of ghosts, a place that will never be inhabited again, a place that will be reclaimed eventually by the wilderness. And you find yourself back at Fort St. Anne in the presence of Colonel Dupuis. He has handed out more brandy. The question, so you've arrived with a bunch of travelers. The question is, what do you tell him? Do you just tell him the madness of a cult overcome by madness? Do you keep it obscure? But he has already heard whispers and rumors spoken by the refugees. He knows that something of monumental, something monumental occurred there. He's not sure he wants to know at all, but he just wants to be assured that it's over, or at least no threat to his men.
I feel like we would keep it pretty vague.
Yep.
We'd make it something like a rogue priest decided to indoctrinate the town, and they have decided to go their separate ways, kind of thing.
As I will send the survivors off to Quebec. It is perhaps best that they are far removed from the frontier. Hopefully they will be able to start a new life. Can you answer me one question? If you are not willing to provide details, is New France in your debt? Is the world?
It is hard to say. Perhaps just a little bit. But gods know that whatever evils were there in that town will come back eventually.
Well, for now, the least I can do is offer you accommodations here at the fort until you have rested and are ready to leave. My cook is quite talented. In your honor, he has prepared a feast.
Oh God, no thank you.
He goes, please enjoy, as he opens the door to another room, and he goes, please enjoy. If you should ever find yourself in these parts again, you of course are always welcome at my table.
Eustice vomits immediately.
Somewhere in the background, you hear the laughter of the hunger.
Ah!
Yeah, listen. Chrissy
and
the player cringes, but Ido totally sits down.
That in the darkness of starvation, the Wendigo is waiting.
You called it so long ago.
And that's
I know my lore.
That's when the credits will roll. I can't believe you guys did a great job at kind of thwarting me. But just so you know, if when the hunger, if it had been unleashed, essentially it was just going to be cheat deaths every round until either you're gone or it's dead. So it was going to be pretty lethal if I could have unveiled or released the hunger. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us on this All Hallows Eve. Players, I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed jamming it to you. And again, I don't, when I say you thwarted me at every turn, that is not something I regret at all. That is, for me, the best part of the game, being challenged by the players and having them coming up with ingenious ideas that completely change the ending. Again, I've said this before on TPK, I will say it again. What I put down on paper rarely ends up being what happens, and that's not because of my direction. That's because the players are steering the ship into uncharted waters. So thank you so much for doing that. I guess we will go around and let people know where they can find you, what you might be involved in, and then we will say our goodbyes.
Hello, my name is ProperNerdy. I'm a TPK staff member, role player, game master, and designer. If you want to play the games that I write, like Fazul's game is what we're playing today, you can find me on It's ProperNerdy and play Generational, a story about stories. And today I played Eustice Moon. I didn't quite give a name to this power, but I love it so much I may need to use it again in the future. It's also my headcanon that Eustice is the great-great-grandmother of Reggie Moon from Flabbergasted, so you should check out that stream because it was a very lovely time. Not at all related to spooky times, but it was still a lot of fun. I'm in a lot of stuff. You can find my magnum opus, Madness Calls It Forth, the City of Mist campaign based on Knights of Paintown. I know Chrissy is already frantically doing research, and I've been dropping hints as often as possible. So I hope you get to see that. Our next show, I believe, is November 15th, which is shockingly close. So I should probably get working on that now, shouldn't I? And speaking of Chrissy, you are next.
Yeah, hey guys. I'm ChrissyCrits. I played Ida Grace tonight. I had such a good time. So I've wanted to play in a Fizzle game since forever. So this was just amazing. So where can you find me? Yeah, kind of all over the place. We have
wherever you hunger, you will find Chrissy.
Yes. So we have Oath Sworn. I have to say that slowly because if not, it sounds Oath Swarm. Nope. Yeah, nope.
Yeah, failed that time.
Look at the schedule. Just read it on the schedule.
That's
it's
it.
linked in chat.
And yeah, and on Thursday for Tyranny of Dragons, and of course, like Proper said, Madness Calls It Forth is another one that I am wildly obsessed with playing in. If you are not familiar, go check it out. Watch the past streams. I'm just going to keep watching all the things that we have coming up because a ton of fun new stuff is going to be happening. So make sure you join us. And I'd like to think that Ida heads she's gonna head south. We're gonna say that Ida starts. She's gonna be like the Marie Laveau of anything happening. So she's like heading south, heading to like Louisiana Creole, Cajun country, and she's gonna start doing her thing there.
Very cool. Maybe there's a sequel in the future.
Oh my gosh, at that point it's just like Resident Evil vibes.
The Devils of Witches Hill.
Like actually, yeah, you could do a cool like Enter to the Survival horror game at that point. Hey everybody, it's me, SirHeckaLot. You can find me on all of the social media platforms at SirHeckaLot, including our lovely Discord that you should definitely join. We have a good time in there. First of all, I played Rebecca Putnam. This was super fun to play. I actually watched the entire 3-hour Salem witch trials movie prior to this and was like, ooh, there's some inspiration there. So it's a big time commitment, but if you want to watch it, it's free on YouTube right now. In terms of where you can find me next, I, as well as Chrissy, will be in Oathsworn and Tyranny of Dragons on Tuesday and Thursday respectively. And then every other Saturday you can find me over at Neon Lights Roleplay doing our typical Seven Suns D&D campaign. We're getting different aspects of divinity just amongst all of our parties, so you won't want to miss out. It's going to get pretty wild really fast. And I think that's about it. Let's move it on over to EG.
All right, what's up, guys and gals and everything in between? I am EG Critical. I played Aezoth, also known as Arthur, the Trapper. Aezoth the Shaman, Arthur the Trapper by day. And yeah, I had a blast trying out this new system, playing with everyone here. Really cool. Really fun to kind of blow up the creative juices and just let things loose. Don't find me, find TPK in all their games. Yeah, let's have a blast.
Awesome. So thanks again to the cast, SirHeckaLot, Chrissy. I have a list of players that I've been wanting to play in one of my games, and I'm really happy that I can now take you off the list. That doesn't mean you don't get to play in the future. That just means that it was a TPK bucket list.
Was it new for Chrissy, Heck, and EG to play with you?
It was, but EG, you know what? I was going to say, I have something different to say to EG because I want to give him a personal thank you, because a year ago today, he did the intake interview that allowed me to join the community. You could have prevented this, EG. You could have, but you didn't. You opened the door, and I made.
You have made mistakes.
So thank you, EG, for doing that. Also, thank you, Proper, for he is the guy behind the scenes. He is making sure that this stream works. All the graphics that you see, and that brings me to Patreon, because of course all of the staff at TPK work really hard. I'm really impressed by all of everything that's going on. I mean, there's so many productions. I don't know. I have no idea, Proper, how many hours a week you work on this, but if you take the hours that you, Luca, Cole, everyone else who's involved, it's a lot of work to bring this to you. So you can support them on Patreon, and all of my GM notes. So I've got extensive notes, my notes, pictures, the rules. So I actually created the rule book. It's called Adventuring in the Age of Witches. Character sheets, they all look pretty cool. And if you're on Patreon, you'll get them. So I think they'll be sent out this week. So other than that, I am Fazul. Thank you so much for attending. I am back late November, I think around the 21st, for Shadow over Arnor, a Lord of the Rings campaign. So, other than that, please stay safe on this All Hallows Eve, and we will see you again soon. Bye.